Let's go. We can feel there's something empty. We need something more. I feel destiny, she tempts me. Tells me there's two paths, they both have a different ending. Choose wise and you'll find that pain leads to ascending. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery, I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. Till I'm dead and buried deep within a cemetery, I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary. Deep within a cemetery, I will fight, never weary, I wanna be legendary, till I'm dead.
It's episode 500. Get your drinks ready. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hey, how's everybody doing tonight? This morning, this afternoon, whatever time it is where you are. Speaking of where everybody's at, we've got people in Saudi Arabia, in Chicago with whiskey in hand. In the case of Aaron, Aaron is in Holland. Dr. Payne says, get your drink on. That is probably great advice for episode 500. I will certainly do that. You may see me sneak off screen. There's Joy's testimony. What's up? There's Hotsky. What's up? Aloha. Thank you for joining, guys. So good to see some familiar faces who've been with the channel for so long. Dr. Payne is in Ohio. Thank you to everybody. I know this is no matter what time I choose for these live streams, it's always inconvenient for somebody. So I very much appreciate those of you who are staying up, getting up early. I know it's always going to be an inconvenient time for someone. Australia. Twisted is in Australia. Uncle Thanos is in Malaysia. Casually Cardano. Vegas represent. Good name for Vegas. Casually Cardano. I like it. It's Danny is in the UK. Neil Hillman, who I believe is the person that said they were in Saudi, says they're the only gay in the village. Okay. Joy's testimony is in Arizona. Dr. Payne would like to welcome all of our crypto brothers and sisters. Uncle Thanos, Planet Titan. Nams is in Canada. Thanks, Hotsky. I appreciate that. Hotsky has been a part of the channel for a long time. D-Bridge is in Antwerp. Dorian says, good morning. Good morning to you, Dorian. Thank you for the congratulations. I appreciate that. Joy's testimony. Yeah, so I decided we've reached 500,000 of these episodes. It wouldn't kill me to change up the disguise. And the old disguise, the space disguise, I loved the coverage. There was a lot of disguising going on there, but it screwed up the sound too much. It was too much of a hindrance to the audio. I hope the audio sounds a little bit better now. The space mask definitely created some audio problems. Sally is in Serbia. Sal or Sally one is in Serbia. Okay, Dorian says, thanks for all your effort every day. My pleasure. Thank you all for being here. Are you in Belgrade in Serbia or somewhere else in Serbia? Not Dorian, but Sal one. Sorry, it's hard to distinguish between the L's and the I's, L's and capital I's. Dorian, of course, is in the Netherlands. Paul G is in London. Neil Hillman says, I'm an old-time follower. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Dr. Payne says the Cardano community is just a more friendly crypto environment. I agree with that. It's always been very friendly to me. Kaz Walker, how you doing? Says, let's go. Glad to be here for it. Congrats on 500. Thank you. Kaz Walker has also been around for a long time. I appreciate you being around. Paul G says, first time I've watched you live. Thank you. Thank you for joining live. I appreciate it. Jolly down in the Gold Coast. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Casually Cardano says the audio sounds better. Good. Yeah, I hope so. I did a few tests and it definitely sounds a lot better. I kind of knew that the space mask was hurting the audio. I liked the coverage, but tonight I just decided, and probably for sure going forward, to hell with it. Casually Cardano has got to hit the hay. I understand. A lot of North Americans, I think it's going to be pretty late if they have to work tomorrow. So Ricardo Rodriguez says, good morning from Portugal. Thank you for joining, Ricardo. I appreciate you being here. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Mladen is in Bulgaria. Thank you for joining, Mladen. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So we've got a little, I actually prepared. I know some people, they really like to get the normal news episode. So I actually prepared that as well. And we can play that live. What would you guys, those of you who are here live right now, though, what would you prefer? Should we roll the news, the normal news video? It's actually an abbreviated version, only 10 minutes long. We've got 10 minutes of kind of coverage of the normal news. We could start rolling that and then kind of pause and comment on it, depending on what you guys like right now. Dr. Payne says, do it. Dorian says, let's do it. Okay, let's do it. Okay, I'm gonna play the first segment, and then let's see if people want to discuss, see what is going on. Okay, here we go. Is probably the biggest news of the week. The Federal Reserve delivered a 0.5% rate hike to us. That's 50 basis points, so 0.5%. You're probably thinking, great, this is a reprieve. They've been giving us these 0.75 point hikes in the last meetings. This is better, right? It is, but look at the look on Jay Powell's face here. Jay Powell, Federal Reserve Chairman, part owl, part man. He's got magnificent eyebrows. Look at those eyebrows. They're like a totally distinct thing from the top of the frames of his eyeglasses. They're just on their own. It's an expression of some kind of owl gene he's inherited from like probably a great grandparent who was actually an owl of some kind. Jay Powell has this look on his face that says, this is what I look like when I have to deliver the news to the kids. There's no money for Christmas this year, and maybe not even for Christmas next year. So while the 0.5 percentage point hike was an improvement over these 0.75 percentage point hikes we've been getting, he had some other things to say as well. So maybe the most important to me was that he talked about the summary of economic projections. So we've actually shown this on the channel before, but today we're just going to go through the high points. So 19 people in the Fed, basically, we've talked about the composition of the people who fill this out in the past, but 19 people fill this out. 17 of the 19 people projected a peak rate in the fives. So this most recent hike of 0.5% took us to 4.25 to 4.5 because it's a range. What they're projecting as the peak rate, the highest they're going to go, right now their projections are that 17 out of the 19 people are saying we're going to end up above 5%. So that would include at least another 50 basis point hike, right? If we're going off the bottom of the range, we could say another 50 basis point hike, maybe in February, and then maybe a 0.25% hike after that, something like that. But he's always reiterating, they don't really know how much they're going to hike next time. They just kind of meet and decide, and they try not to decide beforehand. They look at all the data and they make the decision fresh every single time. which is why, if you've been paying attention, at each meeting of the FOMC, they've been increasing their projection of what that peak rate would be. Powell says he can't say their estimate won't be even higher next time. And as soon as they get to a restrictive enough policy, a policy that they think is restrictive enough to put them on that course to get back to 2%, then they'll generally pause. They'll stay there for some amount of time. The interest rate will stay there. It won't be hiked or cut. It'll just kind of stay there for a second in this pause mode, and then they'll start cutting. But he says they're not going to start cutting until it looks like the reduction in the inflation is going to be sustained and they're going to be able to get back down to that 2%. This is a little bit different than what BlackRock was predicting. BlackRock, in their 2023 outlook letter, was predicting that we're going into an era of greater inflation and that the Fed won't actually be able to get us back to 2%. They think that the Fed would have to inflict too much damage. The amount of damage, if you remember the video from a few episodes ago, they actually charted out the amount of damage they thought would have to be done to the GDP to get us back down to 2% inflation. They think it's too great. They think the Fed's resolve is not great enough to actually get us there, and they'll flinch. They think they'll flinch and they'll correct course without actually getting us to 2%. Jay Powell has been pretty resolute about this 2%. He keeps saying they are going to get us back to 2%, basically no matter what. To me, he's kind of implied no matter the amount of pain, they're going to get us back to 2%. And I believe he was even quoted this week as saying, there is no greater pain than not correcting this inflation problem. I'm paraphrasing, but it was something to that effect. So I think this is the look of a man who is willing to do a certain amount of damage to get us back to that 2%. And we'll see when we're actually deep in it, probably next year, when we're deep in that economic damage, we'll see how great the resolve of the Fed to get us back to 2% really is. Okay, what do people think? What do people think? Is this how do people feel about sort of Fed activity? Do people feel like this is relevant to crypto? Do you feel like crypto is already on this trajectory to eventually sort of differentiate itself from the rest of the markets? Do you guys feel like this is relevant to you as individuals in Cardano? Is it not relevant? Josan says 2% may change to 3 or 4%. That's kind of like the BlackRock prescription. Like BlackRock sort of feels like the Fed is not going to achieve their 2% inflation goal, and they're going to change course. Dr. Payne says knowing the macro is important to crypto. That's kind of how I feel. Mark Page, relevant. Neil says 2% is a big dive, which seems worlds away. That's kind of the same as the BlackRock perspective. Seems like a big jump. Shawnage says 2% seems like old way of thinking, adapt to change. Yeah, that's kind of, yeah. Seems like you guys are all kind of in line with that perspective, that it may be hard for the Fed to get us back to 2% inflation. And maybe we are in this new era of higher inflation. It would definitely be a huge change. Seth says crypto will go down a little more, but it's already pretty beaten up. S&P has larger percent downside. Yeah, we'll talk about that in the next segment. In the next news segment, I'll kind of take a look at the greater markets. Josan says relevant for now, but not for the ultimate goal of RealFi. I also agree with that. I also kind of agree with that. Michael E says the Fed still needs to keep the economy growing slowly. Crypto is ready to explode and won't keep Powell's plan on course. Okay, let's see. Dr. Payne. This is a pretty common crypto sentiment, especially in Cardano. It seems like Cardano has a very healthy dose of DCA hodlers. And this is kind of how I look at it too. I'm like, maybe you could argue that maybe the people who feel the same as me, that maybe their conviction is, you might disagree with their conviction on this, but for me, I'm just like, sweet accumulation time. Shawnage says, I mean, this is the only tool they have, and there's too many other conditions to affect this for the worse. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. Powell's made a lot of statements sort of in that same direction too. He's kind of let the world know they pretty much have, like, you know, this one really effective tool. I mean, they've got the balance sheet too, but they've got this one big effective tool that can really try to move things with, but they can't move everything with that one tool. Ben the Ripper says, I think they have to just hold the rates. They are already at the terminal rates, I believe. So the outlook, 17 of 19 people who voted. I've covered in past episodes who gets to vote. And it's not just the FOMC members. It's not just like the sitting governors. It's a bunch of people, but 17 of the 19 people think that they'll actually peak out above 5. Right now, they're at a range of 4.25 to 4.5. So, like, vast majority of people think they've actually got like at least in their 0.5% to go. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Denny thinks, he says, I think Fed will have us back to 2% by around next BTC halving and then explode. Yeah, I mean, if you have kind of an optimistic outlook on this, the timing's kind of good. I mean, if we imagine that next year is just going to suck for every asset class, then the Bitcoin halving timing is kind of good for things to start getting better on the macro front, and also for us to have the BTC halving. Like, things are pretty good. Yeah, I agree with this. Dr. Payne says nothing fundamentally has changed with Cardano, so just plan for the long term in DCA. I mean, that's what I've always done. I started accumulating Cardano in Q1 2018, and I've pretty much just done this the whole time, and seems to work out fine for me, at least. Ricardo says, we got time. I agree with that. Yeah, time is kind of on our side. Yeah, obviously this is something I talk about a lot on the channel. Regulation is the only thing I worry about, but that will affect all crypto, not just Cardano. Very true. Very true. And we'll get to a bunch of segments on regulation too. Okay, if there are no Aaron says, if there are no clear regulations, I think we would be bound to risk assets. Crypto needs to be better regulated, understood to break the trend. Yeah, we definitely need for policymakers to have a better understanding of crypto and to provide us with some clarity in regulation. That's for sure, in my opinion. Okay, why do we need to have a certain amount of ADA to vote or have a certain NFT holding? And why not just on the basis of holding? And what is the point of decentralization if it's only for the rich? What type of voting are you talking about? Tell me what vote you're worried about. Yeah, I mean, they've kind of run out of tools. All they can do, I mean, inflation is out of hand. All they can do is raise rates, and they know what kind of damage that's going to do. So I agree with that. He has limited moves right now. Okay, Mark Page says, crypto is relying on USD value for market cap and pricing. Only way to get rid of the massive debt is inflation. Fed knows it. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's hard to debate the logic that if you are a massive debtor, like the US is, inflation is great for devaluing your debts. That's for sure true. Thank you for saying that, Dr. Payne. Gaike, thank you. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Thank you. Very much appreciate it. Dr. Payne says 7% is still pretty bad. Imagine that in 10 years, everything will cost double. Yep, I agree with that. Okay, let's roll the next segment. Let's look at the next segment. I think I can just bring this back at the same point, but I may have to fast forward. Let's see. We're quick to show their displeasure with this today. You can see the Dow down 2.25, S&P down 2.49, NASDAQ down 3.23. And if we click in on the NASDAQ, check this out. If we go to the year to date, NASDAQ down 31.72%. This week we also had this. Okay, so what do you guys think? We don't obviously I don't talk about the traditional markets on the channel very intentionally. What do you guys think? What is your prognosis? I'm curious to see what the Cardano crowd's prognosis is for the traditional markets. Like what happens to the traditional markets over like the next year? Yeah, let me know in the comments. Okay, sorry, just okay. Okay, Josan says major restructuring for valuations coming. Dorian says will get worse. David Perez says Charles took a hit with his XRP prediction. What did you think of his call for a ruling today? I don't know. You know, the thing about Charles is sorry, this is a little off topic from the question about the traditional markets I just asked, but I thought, but this is worth addressing. You know, the thing about Charles is he's a super passionate guy. Like if he hears a rumor, he's going to tell us about the rumor. And I think the part that you have to you have to put it in context. Like he said, it was a rumor, and I like it when he tells us about wild rumors. I like that. I like to have that data. I would rather that he tells us about all the wild rumors he hears, because at least I have that data in my head, and I can use it for analysis and discount it as a rumor. And I think that's what he intends when he says, "I heard a rumor." I think he wants for everybody to understand that it's a rumor. I don't think he wants for people to understand, hey, I'm going to call this a rumor, but this is actually going to happen. I don't think that's what he was intending to communicate. So I like it that he tells us about rumors he hears, because he's certainly in a position to hear rumors that I certainly wouldn't hear. So I love to hear those kind of things. And then I just discount it, you know, based on it being a rumor. Like if he had said, hey guys, little secret, they're going to settle on Thursday, then I would have given it a lot more value. I would have analyzed that bit of data much differently. But I really appreciated that he's this passionate guy who just tells us about stuff like that he hears. Okay, back to the traditional market thing. Okay, that's about crypto inflation, something we've talked about on the channel many times. Michael E says still more downside until Q3. Yep, I think there's a lot of people who think that. David Perez says worse for the first half, then a chance for some recovery depending on geopolitics. Yeah, we've got some things going on as far as geopolitics go. Okay, token Jokin says equities rally after no interest raise next to FOMC, but give it back during summer bear market. Yeah, I'm curious to see what they do in the next meeting. I guess we'll find out in February. Mark Page says my bet is up for first quarter and then down. Okay, interesting. Dr. Payne says he heard it was yeah, that's kind of my feelings too. Josan, optimistic. I like it. Josan, my bias, crypto closer to bottom than traditional markets. Okay. Yeah, Ben the Ripper, he said it was hearsay. Yeah, I still think it's a like very valid question though, that David asked, like, you know, did he take a PR hit? You know, I think it's Charles. He's going to take a PR hit if he breathes. If he goes on YouTube and breathes, people are going to give him a hard time about it. So I think he's used to it. He's just like, I'm just going to be wild Charles the wild passionate billionaire, and I hope he stays that way. I hope he never becomes conservative Charles, who only tells us things if he knows for sure they're going to happen. I hope he stays the wild, passionate Charles. Chris, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. David's following up. I like it too, but I hate when he gets it wrong. It just causes haters to hate more. Yeah. Gaike, you are in luck because we are actually going to cover Elizabeth Warren's regulation proposal in just a couple of segments. And speaking of that, let's go back and see the next segment. It's someone that I think crypto people will probably have opinions about at this point. Senate hearings on FTX. You'll remember the day before was the House hearings on FTX, where they're supposed to have Sam Bankman-Fried plus the bankruptcy CEO. Obviously, Sam got arrested in the Bahamas, so we only got the bankruptcy CEO, and that produced some great sound bites. The Senate hearing was interesting because they didn't have the bankruptcy CEO. They obviously didn't have Sam. They didn't have somebody like Caroline. They had people like Kevin, Mr. Shameless O'Leary. And he seemed to want you to know that you shouldn't think about FTX had gone out of business because Sam and Caroline and probably some mix of other people took all your money and did a bunch of risky degen stuff with it and lost it all. That's not what you should focus on. What Mr. Shameless thinks you should focus on is that Binance put FTX out of business. It wasn't Sam and Caroline and the rest of the crew doing totally risky stuff with your money without telling you about it. It was really Binance you need to focus on. That seems to be the position of Kevin O'Leary. But then again, he was a paid spokesperson for FTX, so he'd probably love for you to put your attention anywhere other than FTX, who he was paid to promote. By the way, look at this dude's face. Does this look like a dude you should ever trust with your money? I mean, just looking at this guy, would you ever give him your money? It looks okay. What do you guys think? Do you guys feel the same way? Do you guys feel the same way about O'Leary that I feel? Like, I look at this dude and I'm like, this is the last guy I would ever give any amount of money to. I mean, it always made sense that he was on Shark Tank because theoretically he's giving people money, but I would never have given this dude money. Do you guys feel the same way? So Shawnage is on stage now. Shawnage, what do you think? Does Kevin O'Leary strike you as a trustworthy guy just in general? I know I'm asking for a judgment on a superficial basis, but what do you think?
Let me tell you that Binance is the biggest. It's just a monopoly. So I don't want to answer the question, but I just want to say, in my opinion, that Binance is the monopoly here. And I mean, to me, he's a complete clown. I don't know how else to say it. Like, him and Mark Cuban have like absolutely no say in the technology and the innovation that's coming from there. Like, it just becomes more apparent the more this guy talks, just how he did not do any kind of investigation or research into what he's getting involved in.
Yeah, I agree. I find it very hard to believe that he had any idea what was going on down at FTX. Like, even just how their operations would have worked if everything was on the up and up. Even just like if they only had legitimate operations, if there was no malfeasance, if they weren't taking funds from FTX and, you know, doing all the degen stuff with them over at Alameda, I still don't think he would have understood. I don't think this guy at any point understood. I think what he understood was FTX was going to give him 15 million, and there seemed to be some kind of a trend. There seemed to be some kind of a trend going on with crypto, and so he's more than happy to jump on board. And now it's like things are not working out for Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, did you watch the CNBC interview where they like grilled him on that stuff?
Yeah, I watched several interviews. I can't remember if I watched the CNBC one, but I watched several where they were asking him the right questions, which it kind of surprised me. I thought they would kind of see him as one of their own, but they were asking him the right questions, and he was definitely coming back with insufficient answers, like
Yeah.
not satisfying answers whatsoever.
I will I will
Go
say that
ahead. What was your impression?
I agree. Like at the same point, it's like, yeah, he like kind of highlights some of the stuff as his opinion, and like he doesn't know all the facts yet. And I'm like, yeah, we don't. It's true. But like, I don't know how you can go from like this guy is worth, you know, like he said, like 20 million or $20 billion like valuation on him, you know, his estate, to being like less than 100,000 or whatever the latest claim was that he had. I just like how many, and then someone said it was like, I fucked up is what he said. And I'm like, I don't like, I even commented about this on Twitter. It's like, how do you know? Like, I fuck up is like, you know, I ran into a telephone pole, you know, like to say that I lost $20 billion in my own like money, or like that whatever valuation I had go from $20 billion to nothing. Like that's a massive series over months of time, or just like straight degen gambling to get to that.
Yeah, man, it's totally insufficient. I've found sort of like the sympathy tour to be completely unconvincing. Like when I watched that, I thought to myself, A, no attorney would let this guy be out there talking that much. But B, it's like has like a massive risk appetite. So it makes sense that he would be like, and he also seems to think he's smarter than every other single human that's ever lived on Earth. So it's like if you have a massive risk appetite and you think you're smarter than everybody else, you're not going to follow the advice of counsel. You're going to go out and be like, I'm smarter than everyone. I can convince everyone that actually I just fucked up.
Mm-hmm. The last piece of the whole Kevin O'Leary FTX thing was like, you know, when he was being interviewed by CNBC, and he's like, they're asking him like, what money did you lose? Did you actually lose? And he's like, well, I got like this is like just what I remember is like I got like $8 or $9 million from the 15 million he was more or less, you know, like kind of promised. And he's like, I'm out like money on this. Like I had to pay taxes on it. I'm like, wait, you're down? Like there's no way that you paid more in taxes than the 9 million you received. There's just I don't know what's going on there. Like so that like alone, like yeah, it sucks paying taxes, but like we all have to do it, you know?
Yeah. Sometimes you hear people complain about things like this, knowing they have a team of accountants who are just helping them to pay far less taxes than the average person. I mean, we had this situation where Warren Buffett famously admitted, kind of, you know, like happily admitted that the tax code was broken because he paid a lower percentage of taxes than his secretary.
Mm-hmm.
This was like 20 years ago. I think that still goes on. What do you think about this? David Perez says, thoughts on the SBF FTX debacle being part of an overall psyop to take down and deflate what's left of the crypto market. Pocahontas has not missed a beat. That's kind of, it's a reference to Senator Warren, the dragon. You know, it's kind of interesting. Like, I love the crypto space because just kind of part of the culture of the crypto space is that we're definitely full of like outside the box thinkers. So it's I kind of like that crypto has this there's a lot of character in crypto, and part of that in crypto involves like, you know, a large number of people considering conspiracy theories like this. I always sort of take the perspective that markets and financial systems are these like organic things, and there's not actually that much, like Adam Smith's hidden hand so efficiently orders the markets in some cases that it appears there's a conspiracy when often there's not. It's just everybody acting their own interest, but sometimes it appears that they're acting, you know, in they're acting as a group, a conspiracy, because they're all kind of acting their own interest after the same thing. But what do you think?
I think like, you know, the bear market's just, you know, shedding or putting light in some of these really dark areas that we're in. So I think this just has to happen. You know, some of these large players that weren't really large players and they're running Ponzi schemes and stuff just had to had to fall as a result of it.
Yeah, I think so too. Michael Lee says O'Leary's playing with house money. He never lost a dime of his own. Yep, I think that's I think that's probably the case. I'd be surprised if he actually. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if they paid him whatever number of millions of dollars he's claiming, it's like any money he put back in was money he probably received from them. Okay. Okay, it's kind of weird. Does O'Leary have his neck on the block too? I, man, I don't think so. I don't think so. 'Cause who else have we got? If they're gonna go after people for just promoting FTX, there's got to be some kind of, in order for there to be, so in with crimes, at least in the US, you've often got this notion of this thing they call scienter, and that's like, so we've got this notion that you have to have some kind of malignant intent. And so if they're going to go after O'Leary, they have to go after Tom Brady and Giselle, right? They were FTX. Yep. Damon was crypto.com, but they were FTX, right?
Shaquille O'Neal was too.
Oh, Shaquille. Okay, yeah.
He was on that list of sponsors.
Yeah, so I mean, they're not going to go after those guys, and the reason they won't go after them is the scienter thing. Like, basically, they're probably truthfully going to claim they had no knowledge of what was going on. I mean, hell, SBF is claiming he had no knowledge of what's going on. So for sure, all the celebrities are going to they're going to get off claiming they had no knowledge. So will O'Leary. Okay. Ricardo says, can you please explain to me if you know why U.S. politicians call these dudes to speak? Yeah, I mean, I was super disappointed to see the OC kid. The kid from the OC. People of the right age will remember this show, the OC. And the guy the Senate committee called, so they called a couple people. One of them was the kid from the OC, who, honest to God, I'm not exaggerating at all. He's said in interviews, he got high one day. He's like in his 40s now, but he got high one day and decided to write a book about how all of crypto is a fraud. And so he wrote that book, and they keep calling him to these conferences as a sort of like the proponent of the idea that all of crypto is a giant Ponzi scheme. They put him and Charles on a stage a month or two ago. I talked about it on the channel, but Charles, at least in my opinion, just crushed this kid. And you could tell he was like super pissed on stage. But Charles just like had, of course, it's Charles. He had like a response to every single thing this kid said. And I'm sure he's just like, hanging out with his wife, who is the chick from Firefly. He's just hanging out with her and expounding on his theories about why crypto sucks. And she's like, you're the best. You're totally right.
Oh, right.
They don't know. The crypto people don't realize. You have to enlighten them. I don't know. What do you think? Do you find anything? Do you find the list of experts in some of these congressional hearings to be equally puzzling?
I haven't been following that stuff too much. I do remember that interview, and like the guy was just like, that guy was insane, and then like Charles just crushed him, and he was so mad. It's the best thing ever,
dude. He looks so pissed.
That was just the look on his face, and he's just like, oh my God, like this guy's actually answering questions. It's just silly.
I know. I think he expected it to be like. I think he expected himself to be sort of like in the CoffeeZilla position, like CoffeeZilla versus, name whatever, of the list of scammers that CoffeeZilla has gone after that were, totally scammers. I think he thought he was gonna be like the heroic guy, like exposing the scam. And then when Charles was just like straight up like, hey, give me whatever argument you got and I'll just dismantle it. He was like, oh, this isn't going down the way I thought. Okay, let's see. What does Kat say? I have not heard CZ's rant against self-custody. I'm highly interested, but I don't think I've heard it. Have you heard anything on this?
Yeah. So, he made a tweet about like saying that 99% of people can't or won't be able to self-custody, more or less.
So okay. So he's making kind of the very practical argument that so I think it's true that a very large percentage of people won't do it, Whether or not they can't is a different story. I think as a practical matter, a lot of people just won't do it, but I think actually people could do it pretty easily.
I think just a box, and I made a comment on that whole one. It's like, what if you're going to make up a random, a statistic? It's like, 99% of people that make up statistics are 99% wrong. It's like it's just dumb. I don't know what his motive is there. It seems weird.
Yeah, it's like, man, there's a way. If you're running a centralized exchange, there's a way you can actually like win everyone's love and admiration. Like Jesse Powell recently, he was in a Twitter space, kind of commenting on the whole FTX situation. And at one point, he even said, yeah, you should probably spend as little time as possible on centralized exchanges. Mm-hmm. Just use it as your on and off ramp. And everybody was like shocked that the founder, I believe he's left his CEO position and now he's just the chairman, but people were shocked. And I was like, that's what all the centralized exchange guys should say. They should embrace those ideals.
Yeah. I for the last 2 years that I recall, and what I've been dealing with Kraken is I've always known Jesse Powell to be like, use Kraken, but we don't want it. We don't want to hold your coins. We don't want this responsibility, that's always been is and to hear him like, in some of his stuff to say that this whole like proof of was it the proof of liability or whatever nonsense that Binance is pushing down, but doesn't include liability, like that whole thing. Proof of reserves. Yeah. When he's talking about proof of reserves being a thing, but then not showing the liability and what actually backs it. It's like, we're not seeing everything.
Yeah, people. He talked a lot of shit about proof of reserves, and then he published his thing under that label, and everybody was like, "Whoa, the scope of this is way too narrow to be characterized as a proof of reserves." So that was kind of like CZ had he'd done a good job on the sort of the public relations front for quite a while, and that was like the first moment I noticed kind of the gap in the armor when he published that, and he must not have realized that people were going to come at him so hard for the narrow scope of it. So that was kind of surprising to me. Rob says, happy 500. That's incredible. We're up to 35 and it's a legit commitment. Thank you for being here, Rob. I appreciate it. You guys all know Rob is from Cornucopias. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Okay, let's see. It's Danny says, I trust an exchange as long as I'm buying crypto, and the moment I've sent it to my ledger, I'm back to not trusting. That's kind of my system.
Was that someone came up with a brilliant thing? They're like, treat exchanges as public toilets. Get in, do your business, get out.
Man, it's not a bad analog at all. I mean, that's pretty much how you should. I've talked about it a million times on this channel, but I had money on Bitfinex when they got hacked and they socialized the losses. So I lost. It was all Bitcoin, and I lost a bunch of Bitcoin on Bitfinex way back in the day. Obviously, it was worth a lot. A Bitcoin was worth a lot less than it is now. But after that little incident, I will never trust any centralized exchange again, no matter how legit they seem. Yep, Rob is in the building. It's Danny says.
Yeah, that's a different avatar. I'm used to his Discord avatar.
Oh, Rob's?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like this one. This one's kind of a... Yeah, this one's actually... I like the likeness. Like, there's enough art to it, but it's not, like, totally different person. Sometimes I see people with the artistic versions of themselves, and it's, like, completely unrecognizable. I like this one because you can tell it's Rob, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, congrats on the testament, too, and that working out. It's sold out there.
Yeah, seriously. Be the Getter says, laugh out loud, bros. I thought I missed it. Off to a Christmas party. AOS, keep it up 2023 and beyond. I'll be back to spam later. Love yous. Thank you. Look forward to your spam. Michael E says, O'Leary was covering his ass. Pretty vague answers. Yeah, for real. Okay. David Perez says, Kevin O'Leary is a paid promoter. I think his deal meant he needed to stay the course of the narrative to the bitter end, maybe for year-end bonus of FTT. Yeah, I think that's off. I think whatever they were promising him, I think he is, at this point, he's like banking on SBF being in jail. And I think some part of him for sure is trying to create a very strong impression that he's a victim and he's not one of the perpetrators. I think he needs that for PR purposes, given his sort of public exposure on Shark Tank and all that. Yeah, I think he needs to paint himself as the victim. I don't know if he's done a very good job of that, though. He's like trying to do both things, like sort of like deflect blame, say that Binance was responsible for crashing FTX, and then at the same time he's like, he had the tweet, I agree with so and so, I believe SBF, basically. And then he's also trying to paint himself as this victim. I think he should do one or the other. He should either say, I'm a victim too, just like you guys, or basically I think that's what he should do. He shouldn't try to convince everybody that maybe SBF is not so bad. I don't know. What do you think, Shawnage? Would you take, if you were in his shoes, would you go with the victim route, or would you keep trying to convince everybody that you still believe in SBF?
I mean, it seems like he's doing both, and I don't know. I feel like I've expressed my sentiment, so I don't really want to beat that drum too much more.
Fair enough. Okay. What you think the interview's done, CoffeeZilla? I haven't. So I saw him in some of the Twitter Spaces. I saw his podcast with Lex Friedman. I thought that was interesting because I haven't watched much of his actual stuff. I saw some of the Twitter Spaces he was in where he was trying to grill SBF, and I saw the Lex Friedman podcast, which I thought was good. It was interesting to hear Lex and him talk. I mean, I kind of feel like Lex Friedman could make anybody seem very interesting, though, so a little bit biased. Hey, Brody, what's up? Hey, Andrew, how's it going? Okay, how deep are his ex-Stanford professor parents into this whole fiasco? Millions and millions in real estate, from which probable. So, that senator, is he a senator or no? So he would have been he's in the House. So that representative from Michigan kind of grilled the FTX bankruptcy CEO. What's the congressman's name? Wizenga? Somebody from Michigan will know. It's like Wizenga. He's the guy. His district is like the city in Michigan, which is called Wyoming. Apparently there's a city in Michigan. It's that district. So maybe somebody in Wyoming will know this guy's actual name. But that congressman was grilling the bankruptcy CEO of FTX about SBF's parents. And the bankruptcy CEO indicated that the parents were receiving money. He wasn't willing to say that they were employees of FTX, but he said they had received money. And then the congressman chimed in that SBF had made an appointment and met him in his office, the congressman, and he brought his dad with him.
Oh, so like an employee or at some point, like some representative of the company?
Yeah, in some capacity. So I think I heard rumors, I didn't double check this, but I heard rumors that both the parents were removed from the Stanford website. I don't know if it was like a departmental page on the Stanford website or what, but I heard some rumor that the parents were removed from the Stanford website. It sounds like they're balls deep in it. I think they're just like praying they don't end up in the clink along with Sam. So, okay. Why would you pay someone in your token knowing they would short it for cash at an exchange? Yeah, this is an interesting calculus. So you want to pay somebody in your token because it's free, because you can just print the token and it's free. It does inflate the public supply of your token if you like issue more tokens, or if you issue tokens to someone, but it's free. But you also know that they might just sell it right away. Like I imagine a guy like O'Leary, he might have, sort of reinvested in some way, whatever he received. But if I were SBF, I would have assumed that O'Leary would have sold immediately whatever I gave to him. So it does create some downward sell pressure, but at the same time, it's free for you. It seems like the trend is that projects just do it, kind of knowing there's going to be downward sell pressure from them. They don't care because it's basically free to them because they just print it. Okay. Oh, this is kind of interesting. I don't know if this is true, but Dr. Payne is saying that BitBoy had a stat on Senator Warren that she's introduced over 300 bills to date, but only one has been passed. Yeah, I think it's definitely a game in Washington. You can go back to your constituents and say, hey, I'm the one who's been tough on crypto. Look at all these bills I introduced, yet my colleagues will not stand up to crypto. My colleagues are all compromised. They won't stand up strong against crypto like I will. I think that's definitely a part of her game. Okay, yep. Michael E is kind of concurring here. He says, Ben the Ripper, because they didn't have the actual dollars to cough up. Their own token was all they had. Yeah, that and the customers' money, which they weren't supposed to have. Okay, Paul G says he got 15 million from FTX, of which he invested about 9 million in them. Makes sense. Okay, Andrew says, congrats on the milestone, AOS. I'm more than happy to continue to follow your work, and thanks for your contribution. Oh, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate your presence on the channel on so many different occasions. So thank you for being with the channel, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, Lummis. I like that Lummis has sort of that Wyoming, very plain spoken thing down. She'll just straight up say things that sometimes other politicians won't. And I haven't seen this exact quote from her, but yeah, I like that she's saying that. We've also seen that from Toomey. Toomey's from Pennsylvania. We've seen that from Senator Toomey in Pennsylvania. He kind of came out, and also the one, I think he's in the House, the guy from Wisconsin, if I remember right. He also seems like they were all just, kind of trying to make it clear that the sins of FTX are not the sins of crypto. We're just talking about a bunch of fraudsters in that case. Okay. Yeah. The actually, Dr. Payne, that's part of this next segment. So let's roll that segment right now. They're also heating up in Congress for Gary Gensler. Congressman Richie Torres of the House recently wrote this letter to the Government Accountability Office requesting an independent investigation of the SEC's failures to protect the investing public from the egregious mismanagement and malfeasance of FTX. Specifically, he said, Chair Gensler, Gary Gensler, fundamentally failed as a regulator, and he has no one but himself to blame. If the SEC had done the due diligence of thoroughly investigating the financials of FTX, there would have been a greater likelihood of the crypto exchange for what it truly is, a house of, and I believe he meant cards here, not cars. I believe he meant cards. A house of cards built on monopoly money printed out of thin air. Mr. Gensler's leadership has left the career staff at the SEC fundamentally demoralized to an extent rarely seen, with the SEC Inspector General reporting the highest attrition rate in a decade. The really interesting thing here is that Representative Torres is on the other side of the aisle from the people we usually find criticizing the SEC chair. So it seems that there's a bit of bipartisan pressure lining up against Gary Gensler. Unfortunately, yeah. So in that same letter, I didn't talk about it in the segment, but in that same letter, he points out that the SEC was busy going after Kim Kardashian when they could have been finding an actual problem in FTX, somebody who is actually meeting with Gensler. And a bunch of congressmen this week have been pointing out that Gensler met with SBF more than anybody else in crypto. Although when I've tried to drill down on how many times they actually met, I can only find anybody pointing the number of 2. But it doesn't surprise me that Gensler never met with anybody else in crypto more than twice. So, okay. Yep. Looks like people are also unimpressed by Ben McKenzie. That is the name of the OC kid. Now that he's an author, he likes to go by Ben McKenzie and then his last name, which I think it's like his mother's maiden name. He's adding on his mother's maiden name because I think he thinks that makes him sound more intellectual. David Perez, shallowest pool of experts is breathtaking, shows total lack of depth of knowledge of the industry. Yeah, I mean, it's not like we don't have a ton of people who would have gone after SBF. I mean, they could have gotten CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla, he would have testified for like hours if they wanted him to, and he could have detailed the most minute things about SBF, at least as far as what he's admitted since he's been on his little sympathy tour. But instead, they chose the kid from the OC. Okay. Andrew, I appreciate you being here tonight and also being here back in the day when I had less than 5,000 subs. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, Charles would have been a fantastic witness, but I can understand why they wouldn't have called Charles. He would seem biased because they would say that, maybe ADA in some way was a competitor to the FTT coin or something like that. So, okay. Ooh, this is an interesting question. What would happen to crypto if Binance files for bankruptcy? So this is kind of interesting because we had some news outlets. Some news outlet asked CZ if there was a clawback. If the bankruptcy court clawed back the 2.1 billion that CZ got out of the FTT tokens, would CZ be able to cough up the 2.1 billion? And his answer did seem a little bit evasive. He said, if that happened, he said, Binance is financially strong. If that happened, they would let the attorneys do their work. What do you guys think? Was anybody scared by that? Did anybody see that and become concerned? Was I the only one who noted his evasiveness? What do you think, Sean? Did you see that segment?
I did not. I think I don't know. I definitely feel like for that much money, they wouldn't let it go for nothing,
Yeah, it's obviously a huge amount of money, and like there've been a bunch of outflows. Like there've been a huge number of outflows over the last like several days this week, and Binance has been good for it so far. But who knows what's going on behind the scenes? People are really concerned about the fact that nobody, like even people who have tried to sue Binance recently. Like I'm saying this as a fan of CZ. Like I like a lot of things he says, but a lot of people have tried to sue Binance, prior and sort of unrelated to this whole FTX debacle. They've had a really hard time trying to figure out who or what to sue because nobody can even identify any kind of corporate entity that owns the exchange. And when CZ's been cornered on this, he sort of says, we talk about Binance as an entity for, when we're dealing with, external actors, but he's kind of implying that there's not even really any kind of corporation or anything. Like it's possible people are kind of implying that maybe CZ just sort of personally owns Binance as a means to make it a harder target for litigation because nobody knows what or who to actually sue. And in order to sue him personally, you'd actually have to serve him. And with US courts, it's going to be difficult because he's smart enough not to actually step foot in the US. So there's a lot of mystery there.
Maybe there's a forum that they could serve him through.
Yeah, like in the Ukidao case.
Yeah.
Serve him through the chat box. Yeah, maybe that's the way to go. Just go to some kind of help forum on the Binance site and just serve him there. Actually, no, that would be equivalent to the CFTC's logic in that Ukidao case for sure.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, this is okay. The senators talked about CZ having bonds with the Chinese Communist Party. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of it's kind of hard to make the case that you can have any kind of entity dealing with that much money and not for not to be a lot of involvement of the CCP. But I mean, the cover story on that would be that they fled Shanghai. I think people probably know the history. They fled Shanghai and then they landed in Japan, and that didn't quite work out. And I want to say there was an intermediate step where maybe they were in Singapore, but eventually they ended up in Malta. And now it's kind of like unclear where these entities are domiciled or if there even are entities. Because now we've got the same thing as FTX. We've got a Binance US and a Binance kind of like outlaw version. And, but yeah, I think it's hard to argue that you could have any kind of entity that large founded by any Chinese citizen and not have to do what the CCP says you have to do. Let me put it that way. So I think the people who tell this kind of story best with corporations that come out of China are probably the ADV China guys. They've had a lot to say about this over the years. And it seems to be the case. Okay. I'd say if Binance files for bankruptcy, crypto tanks under 10K for sure. Yeah, I mean, if Binance were to go under like tomorrow, definitely very, very bad things would happen to crypto. Andrew Wild says, talked with Ledger, too long didn't read. The Stacks Bluetooth can be disabled from the device, but I got some pushback. Their opinion is that PKs cannot be transferred. And I should also fear USB by proxy. Thoughts? Man, maybe I'm just like some kind of troglodyte and old fashioned, but I'm kind of like, I'm with you, man. I feel a lot better, maybe it's just because I don't understand Bluetooth well enough, but I feel a lot better just using the wire and the port. So maybe that's ridiculous, and somebody can explain to me why I should not fear using the Bluetooth. I mean, I guess I already do understand the logic. I mean, the logic is that your private keys never leave the ledger anyways. It's not like your private key is ever going across the wire to the computer it's connected to. It's just the signed transaction that goes across the wire, and you can't in our pre-quantum age, we don't have any means to bust that encryption. So we can't go backwards from a signed transaction to the private key. So maybe I get there. I guess I get their logic, but I'm still using the port and the wire. I don't know. How about everybody else? Is everybody else totally cool with using Bluetooth or Ledger, or is it just Andrew and I who are still using the wire and the USB port?
I'm still using the wire. I do have a Ledger X that has Bluetooth, but I don't use it.
You plug it in as well.
Yeah, and
yeah, that's me too. I don't know. I just yeah, I definitely feel better. Even just people being able to I mean, what I imagine is even if somebody can intercept that Bluetooth signal somehow, I'm sure somebody's going to explain to me why this is like unrealistic, but even if somebody can intercept that signal somehow, I don't even want them to see my signed transactions. You know what I mean? If it's the difference between them seeing that signed transaction and not seeing it, I don't even want them to see the signed transaction, to be honest with you. So I'd rather they just not know at all that I'm doing any crypto stuff. Okay. There's Ritos. Congratulations on reaching episode 500 of CRR. Thank you. Always enjoy coming home to listen to a new episode. The change of mask suits you well. Yeah, this is a lot better. The other one was screwing up the audio. I liked the coverage, but this one much better for audio, I think. And congratulations on the very fine Pavia test event. Everybody I talked to loved everything. So people who like the metaverse concept loved everything. Obviously, not everybody's into metaverses, but everybody I talked to who actually likes them was super down with what you guys did. Okay. Let's see. Gaike says, CoffeeZilla is good for the space, I think. He also never says he's for or against crypto or this or that coin, just calling out the scams. Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm all for calling out the scams. He's a lot better than the OC kid. The OC kid keeps saying that crypto is the biggest Ponzi ever. And CoffeeZilla just goes after the straight up scammers, which is kind of entertaining. It's kind of interesting in the Lex Friedman podcast. He said that he thinks when he has kids, he will kind of dial it back because there's just so much risk. I honestly don't know how he sort of gets past the litigation risk. I kind of think a guy like him, eventually, he's going to, guys will just like file so many defamation suits against him, regardless of whether they're right or not. It's like if somebody has a big enough litigation war chest, they could bury a guy, create a lot of cost. Oh, Andrew knows. Emmer is from Minnesota. I'm from Wisconsin. Yep, you're right. Tom Emmer is the one I was talking about. He is from Minnesota, not Wisconsin. So apologies to the upper Midwest. I definitely confuse those two. Okay. Yep. Dr. Payne. Okay, so I'm obviously pretty far behind in the comments here. Let me try to catch up. Hilbert Mage says, congratulations to your milestone, AOS. I discovered Pavia because you're Spy Beach. Because of that, I always made sure to watch your videos for deep insights about Cardano and crypto. All the best. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. And that was quite some time ago. So thank you for being with me this long. Maybe it's a house of cards. Okay, this is for Shawnage. No, that's a ton of cars. So that many billions gone. I want to believe that was just like his staff was so impassioned that they just like got that letter out as fast as they could. I want to believe that it was just because there was so much passion behind it and they were so mad at Gensler, and not because they thought that expression was a house of cars. What do you think? Was that a typo, or do you think there's a staffer in his office who actually thinks it's a house of cars?
Having a custom keyboard and some of the like it has the hot switches that you don't have to like solder them in. I do have those type of typos often, so I can understand that actually being a typo.
I hope so. They must have had some. I mean, it's like they must have had somebody proofreading it though. Like I can't imagine that they sent a letter from that office to the to another governmental body like that without a couple of people reading it. But maybe not. Maybe one staffer just kind of takes the dictation on it and types that baby up. I don't know. I want to believe it was a typo and that they don't actually think the reference is to a house of cards. Okay, David says, Gary Gensler is so compromised regarding SBF FTX, meeting on and off the books and working together to cobble regs that would benefit FTX in first position role. It definitely sounds bad. We haven't heard Gensler's version of this. He's a little too smart to just like start booking interviews and talking about exactly what happens. But I have a feeling some of those committees are eventually going to get him up there and they're going to have some hard questions for him about that. So we'll see. Okay. Derek, thank you for being here. Okay, here's more on the, okay. Andrew says, talked with Ledger and an AMA. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is, okay. Okay, that's the same news. Okay, that was an add-on. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind in the comments. Giuseppe Caponetto says, hello from Switzerland. Hello, thank you for joining from Switzerland. Okay, Ross says he's with us. He's a Wireport guy too. Okay, let's see. I think this is probably a reference to CZ. Yep, Kaz is kind of saying the same thing I was thinking. Bluetooth is fine. The transaction is signed. As long as you verify the details on the device screen, you're good. Yep, that seems to be the case. Still, though. Okay, Dr. Payne is going even further than us. He says he only uses Ethernet for his PCs and not wireless. Okay, very safe. Oh, Andrew has some additional. On Ledger, my concern is how it may be flashed with different firmware. Bluetooth protocol has a storied past. Good point. Okay. Matthew here from the Lace Design team. Love the channel. Keep it up. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I think we're all looking forward to Lace. I think people are, we're super happy to hear about Lace initially, and there's been a lot of excitement building. So thank you for all the work from you and the rest of the Lace team. I think people are really looking forward to it. And I think a lot of people are going to be really excited to get Lace in their hands. So thanks for being here. Okay, Capitalist Pig is saying he thinks you can disable Bluetooth on the new Ledger. Yep. Okay. The C says congrats on 500. Been a listener for over a year. First time to comment. Thank you for commenting. I appreciate it. I really appreciate when you guys jump in. Yep. These allow me to have the better audio too, and they're not fogging up too much, which is great. Yep. Derek says excited for Lace. I am too. Grayskull, thank you for jumping on. Happy 500. Here's to the next 500. Thank you. I appreciate you being here all the time. Okay. People are asking some questions about Lace. Yep. Why don't we go to the next segment? But predictably, the people in Washington who hate us still hate us. Those are the people who hate crypto. They still hate crypto. Here we have the dragon, Senator Warren, putting this bill into play. She calls it the Digital Asset Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2022. And as you would guess, it's a lot more about just trying to straight up kill crypto than it is about curbing any kind of money laundering, at least from my perspective, and probably the same for a lot of you. You don't have to go very far to figure out what this bill is all about. If you just scroll down here to section 3, it says FinCEN shall make rules, basically, I'm going to paraphrase here, shall make rules that say that any custodial or unhosted wallet provider or miner or validator or other node who may act to validate or secure transactions or independent network participant, whatever the hell that is, shall be classified as money service businesses. So think about this for a second. Anybody who makes a custodial or unhosted wallet, any miner, any validator, that's any stake pool or any miner anyways, or any other type of node that might act to validate transactions, or any independent network participant. Isn't that everybody? Couldn't you just say that anybody using a blockchain is an independent network participant? All of those people, in addition to MEV searchers, any of those people would have to register as money service businesses. Come on, Dragon. If you want to just kill crypto, you can just write a bill that says crypto is illegal. It would probably accomplish a lot of the same things. Having everybody, including all validators, all stake pools, all miners, all nodes, all independent network participants have to register themselves as money service businesses. This is the same as just trying to kill crypto. Luckily, this is just a bill she's introduced in the Senate, and introducing a bill is very different than getting it passed in both houses. Finally, okay, so hopefully this is somebody made a reference earlier to the fact that or the assertion from BitBoy, I believe, that Warren has proposed like 300 bills over some time period and only had a couple pass. So hopefully that's what happens with that one. But I like optimistically, I would love to chalk this up to politicians like her not understanding what registration as MSBs would do when it's applied so broadly like that, like every validator, every node, and then every network participant. But I don't think I'm that optimistic. I think she really, for some reason, just really would love to crush crypto. So, man, doesn't look good. What if that's the case, if she really is just trying to crush crypto, where do you guys think that's coming from? What do people chalk that up to? What do you think, Shawnage?
I want to think it's like a lack of understanding. Or it just could be just outside influence of some factor that's causing that drive.
Yeah, with some politicians, when I look at their campaign contributions, and it's like very, very heavily traditional finance, or even very, very heavily big tech, I kind of think it's that lobbying that's impacting them. And her like third biggest contributor is Google, but she doesn't really have, at least openly, obviously a lot of things could be going on with dark campaign funding, but openly she doesn't have, beyond Google, there's not that much big tech that's detectable anyways, and not that much finance. But yeah, I would love it if it's just misunderstanding. I don't know if it's just like her trying to, seems like she was always trying to be tough on Wall Street, the one who stands up to Wall Street. And it's like she's been trying to do that for a long time, hasn't necessarily worked out. So she's like, crypto is a much better target. So Nito, good morning. They told me on the Pavia, I asked the question on the Pavia podcast, kind of myself and Timmy as well, if it was Nito and Nito. And they told me pretty confidently they thought it was Nito. Let me know if that is correct. I would definitely like to pronounce that correctly. Okay. Let's see. Dorian did the Lace beta and said it was a great experience. So I'm glad to hear that. I hope it's a great experience for everybody. Nito, thank you. I appreciate it. Ricardo, same thing. Can't wait for Lace. Bruno says congrats on 500. It's all one here. 1:11 a.m. Wish I could stay and listen. Catch it later. Thank you for jumping in. I really appreciate it. Oh my God. David Perez. Oh God, that's gonna haunt her for her entire career. That is definitely gonna haunt her for her whole career. Thanks for noticing. Oh, that must be a reference to Lace. That's how I feel about it. For sure. Yep. Unacceptable. Ben says that's unacceptable wording. I agree. Like, so terribly crafted. I feel like it must be intentional. Okay. She is tough on crime. Yep. Like McGruff. Yep. When midnight. Does anybody remember Charles? I believe in his first presentation at Scottfest, he had some kind of a very rough timeline for us. I could be misremembering, but does anybody remember what that timeline was? I want to say he gave it to us in quarters, like he specified a quarter next year. Okay. Michael E, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. Definitely, it's a lot of hours of looking at different stuff and trying to find the stuff that I think is important and interesting. I think there's a lot of important stuff that's not interesting. People would bore people to death, and I think there's a lot of interesting stuff that's not important, and I try to hit some kind of a valuable median, stuff that I think is actually important, because I don't think we want to just talk about trivial, entertaining stuff all the time, but finding stuff that's important and also interesting is the hard part. Okay. These two are pretty different. Yeah, I mean, I think Pavia is more what I imagine. Obviously, not everybody's excited about metaverses. I am, though. I'm very excited about them. And Pavia is more what I imagine. I think Reach is they have like a little bit different model. Like I think they're thinking more about I shouldn't put words in their mouth, but I think Pavia is sort of like trying to deliver a metaverse to retail consumers. I think Reach is doing that too, but Reach is also seems like they're a little bit more in the sort of bespoke kind of metaverse, niche a little bit too. So I think they have like slightly different aims, but I'm really excited to see what Reach is like when it's a little bit more built out. So that'll be interesting to compare the two. Because obviously we've got Spy Island up at the top of the map there, and I would love for us to have a little Friday night get-togethers up there too. Dr. Payne says midnight Q1. Yep, that's kind of consistent with what I remember. David saying the same thing. Yep.
I'm looking forward to midnight too, by the way, with it being on TypeScript.
Oh man, that seems so huge to me. I've had so many conversations with people who either are developers or have development teams because they built other tech businesses, even sometimes Web 2 kind of businesses. And in the past, like there were a lot of people like that who were very excited about Cardano that I would talk to. Some of them already knew about Cardano, some of them just because they knew me and I would talk about Cardano, but a lot of those people were excited about Cardano, and the Haskell cliff, was just too much to surmount. But as soon as midnight came on the scene and TypeScript became an option, like those same people are very excited now. Okay. Are you thinking about building something, Shawnage?
Yeah, so the biggest challenge has been that transition to Haskell and like getting that. Like I'm already doing other stuff that's just like, with the explorers and kind of automation around kind of what has been posted there, but I really want to get into the smart contracts and validators and those pieces there. But it just, for me, especially knowing that midnight's possibly there too, it's like, well, okay, do you want to build on that side chain, the privacy side chain and such there? Do you just take the hit and go with Haskell? I'm still kind of on the fence there. And the time is the ramp up for that is the biggest challenge for me.
You mean the ramp up to learn Haskell or
Yep.
waiting for oh
Yeah,
yeah, for sure.
It's just tough because like today there's no shortage of side work I could get that just gives me a lot more money. That's just so much easier to get to than like on ramping to Haskell. It's just, and only being able to use in Cardano is kind of tough.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing that a lot of these people I've been talking to said. They were like, I'm confident I could learn Haskell, but I'm not confident I'll ever use it anywhere aside from Cardano. And they're like, I'd be willing to build something in Cardano, but I don't think I'm willing to learn Haskell to build something in Cardano if I'm unlikely to ever use it anywhere else. So man, yeah, tough. I'm excited we have TypeScript. Like I definitely like the idea of Haskell, and I like what I know about it as like the world's worst Haskell beginner student. But yeah, I'm super glad we have TypeScript. I think that's like people were so focused on the confidentiality enabled part of that sidechain, but I think the TypeScript thing is huge, like so much bigger than the confidentiality stuff. Okay. Yeah, Andrew says midnight equals privacy focus plus smart contracts is a game changer. Yep. Michael E says Google the midnight release date early 2023. Yep, that sounds right. Andrew is pointing out, yeah, Charles said that midnight is ready. Jumped the gun a little bit. Seems to be that way. Ricardo concurs. Q1. Thoughts on Helios? I visited their website recently. Somebody sent me, somebody mentioned Helios to me, and I visited their website, and I still don't think I know enough about it to really comment. Okay. Okay, guy from Coin Bureau had an excellent video about the WF and UN pushing for digital ID across the world. Sounded like scary stuff. Anyone else see it? Thoughts? Somebody's mentioned this to me. I think it might have been you, Dr. Payne. I have not seen it. Oh, I haven't seen anybody try this actually. Maybe you can use Chat GPT for Haskell code, Python most definitely. Actually, I did see somebody attempt some kind of a Plutus contract. There's a thread on
Yep.
Twitter. You saw it, Shawnage?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a thread on Twitter where some Plutus developers whose names you'll recognize definitely were commenting about the shortcomings of the Plutus code.
I think one of the challenges too is like the Chat GBT was based off of it goes up like search engines and data available up until 2021, which Haskell smart contracts was not available, readily available for them to be able to index and really make benefits of.
Good point.
That's going to be our big challenge.
Yep, good point. Good point. Yeah, how many examples of Plutus code could they have possibly found? They don't have access to the last year or two. People are pretty excited about Dust. In fact, some of the people I talked to somebody just a couple of days ago, same kind of person. They have a development team they use to build out previous projects in Web 2. And as soon as I told them about Midnight, their first question is, "Can I buy Dust?" It was like purely, even though we were talking about it in the context of development, their first question was, "Can I speculate on Dust somehow?" Like that was the very first reaction. I was like, "Whoa, I wanted to talk about TypeScript." Did anybody get caught in the scam? Did you guys see the scam website that went up? I think it was last Friday. I put a warning about it like pretty soon after it came up because I just happened to come across it early on. But did anybody get scammed by that? It was like a very, very nice looking website. It was very convincing. And they had a very nice fake post from a fake Cardano well encouraging you to go exchange your ADA for Dust to give some so you could use it was Midnight and Dust. They wanted you to exchange your ADA for Dust so you could use Midnight and then give some feedback to the developers. So it was like almost a call to altruism to scam you. Hopefully, I'm hoping nobody says they actually got scammed, but I'm sure people did. Hopefully nobody who watches this channel, but probably there were. Okay. Yeah, this is what I told. This is exactly what I told the person I was talking to. Andrew says they've only mentioned distribution through stake rewards and partner stake pools. I'm sure Dust will make it on secondary immediately after. A direct DApp may be announced. Yeah, I told the person I was talking to that I didn't think IOG was probably intending to like ICO Dust so that people could speculate on it. I hope that's the case. So Lindley says yes, 2021 for GPT-3. Okay. How about the next segment, guys? Let's go to the next news item. Put some good news. IOG seemingly never stops building. They've merged their JavaScript backend into the Glasgow Haskell compiler. This means that the GHC will be able to emit code that runs in web browsers, enabling Haskell for both the front end and the back end of web applications. Obviously, this seems like great news for Cardano because we access our dApps largely through the web, and our smart contracts are written in Plutus, which we might as well just call Haskell. Yeah, obviously that's probably not. That's probably that news item is probably most impactful for anybody who's actually using Haskell. You'll know what the Glasgow Haskell compiler is, and if you're trying to build, sort of full stack things with Haskell, that's gonna be exciting news. But I think it's kind of interesting to watch what Cardano and IOG sort of mean for Haskell. I think it's kind of interesting to see that going on. Okay. Oh, sorry. I meant to actually, sorry, Ricardo. I meant to click on this one. But Ricardo's actually replying to the scam thing. The scam's website was really good. Not that hard to fall for it if you are new to crypto. If you aren't new to crypto, yeah, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. What did everybody think? People seem to have kind of like strong reactions to the National Ignition Laboratory at Lawrence Livermore Lab. Their announcement of ignition, which is scientific break even of a fusion reaction. I talked about it a little bit on the channel, but people had pretty strong reactions to this. Like, there were definitely people who were like, "Oh, this is awesome! This is so crazy! We're finally here." Because I think a lot of people remember even back in the day when Pons and Fleischmann, I could be messing the names of scientists, but a couple of university scientists in the US announced they had achieved cold fusion, and then they became a mockery of the scientific community because they couldn't replicate their findings. Oh, okay. Looks like Shawnage needs to jump off. Thank you for jumping on, Shawnage. I appreciate it, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, thanks again. See you guys.
Yep, see ya. Yeah, what do people think about the fusion, fusion announcement? Daily Meta says, "What's up, Army Spies? Do you think Cardano will make it to the Lightning Network as a bridge to Bitcoin? Come back to the orange side?" I don't know. Bitcoin seems so insular these days. I don't know if they're interested in anybody but themselves, to be honest with you. David says Haskell is a subject I know little about, but it sounds like it's viewed as a barrier to entry. Yeah, I think that's true. Andrew says, I thought we couldn't create matter from nothing, energy in this case. Yeah, I mean, it's like the yeah, there because of the bonding, right? We're going from to the it's a deuterium and tritium isotope pellet, and you've got fusion going on, and it's not that they're creating energy, but that we're not violating the laws of physics here. It's just that energy is released when you go from 2 to 1, when you fuse those, kind of the opposite of the nuclear explosion scenario. So, but I thought the interesting thing was there was a lot of debate about what they call Q total and Q plasma, because what they did at Lawrence Livermore was prove that you could deliver a certain amount. Yep, Steve has another comment on that. Mass is being converted to energy. Yeah, so they were just delivering a certain amount of energy to the pellet via the lasers, and the laser energy is converted to X-rays, and then it forces the pellet to implode. But the amount of energy they were delivering to the pellet was like, I forget the exact numbers, but like 2.15 megajoules. And then the amount they got out after the implosion, the amount of energy that was released was like 3.45 megajoules or something like that. And everybody's complaining that Daily Meta has it right here. Daily Meta says 2,500 megawatts and got out 3,100 megawatts, something like that. Yeah, the measurements I saw were in megajoules. Yeah, the interesting thing was so Lawrence Livermore wasn't trying to actually figure out a way to capture the energy from the plasma, and they weren't trying to figure out a way to efficiently power those lasers with less energy that was coming out. So people are complaining that they're really talking about Q plasma instead of Q total, which is the sort of ratio that they hadn't really achieved a 1-to-1 like more energy out than in on a Q total basis, only on a Q plasma basis. But still, it's like you got to do the one thing before the other. So I thought it was a great leap forward. Okay. Good point. Making the sun on the earth. Very good point. Grayskull says the fusion race is very interesting. There are a bunch of companies with different methods. The ones with plasma and magnets are so cool. Reminds me of the machine from Event Horizon. Yeah, I read the press release from the NIL, and they had a little graphic that looked awesome. The graphic was amazing. It did look like sci-fi. So after we make energy free, BTC going to 0. That'd be fun. I actually got messages from people trying to convince me that proof of stake was worthless if energy becomes free, because then they'll be able to power their miners for free. And obviously we have other arguments, like we don't want to have mining rigs whatsoever in it's one of the advantages to us of proof of stake. But this person was convinced that we were all screwed in Cardano and Ethereum and elsewhere in the proof of stake world because they were going to get free energy. This person was very excited about that. Yeah. The I think even in the there was a Nature article and also that NIL press release. I think they cited 60 years in those. I could be misremembering, but still, I mean, anything over half a century. This is a long scientific quest. Okay. Michael E says we're all a bunch of spelling bee champions, obviously. Okay. I like the MIT idea of using lasers to drill for producing geothermal energy. Yeah, I actually know someone who worked for a very long time at a very effective geothermal plant, which kind of, and this has been going on my whole life. So I kind of had a misappreciation of how widespread geothermal energy capture was. I thought it was like everywhere, just happened to be familiar with this one case, but it's actually much more rare than, or I should say it's much more underutilized than I expected, than I knew. Okay. Okay, what else? It is either late at night or early in the morning for many of you, middle of the day for others. What else would you guys like to talk about? Okay, this is a great question. Daily Meta, any updates to the decentralization definition thing IOHK is doing? This is the Edinburgh Decentralization Index. So I'm really excited for this. No matter what it says, if Cardano does at all well in the EDI, the Edinburgh Decentralization Index, everybody's going to say it's because IOHK funding the damn thing. So they're going to be, even if Cardano comes out great, people are going to discount whatever we achieve there. But I'm really looking forward to this, just having some kind of academic definition of decentralization and then an actual ranking of different blockchains based on the definition is, I agree with Charles, this is actually a very important step. So I'm really looking forward to that. I have a strange feeling that, well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I was going to say I have this strange feeling that they're going to come out in favor of Bitcoin and Ethereum over us no matter what. But I hope that's not the case. Maybe they'll not buy into Ethereum's crazy bullshit definition of what a validator is. Maybe they'll actually understand that. I hope so. How much does deuterium cost? I have no idea. I think tritium is the one that you use on firearm sights and watches, right? For glow in the dark stuff. Am I messing that up? People in here will know. I think you've got tritium sights on pistols like Glocks and stuff. Deuterium, I know much less about. And plus, I don't know what isotopes they're using either. So it could be, I'm sure it's something more exotic than what I might find in my watch in the case of the tritium. Okay, here's some. Steve says a pretty cool recent advance is with the tokamak reactors. Came from the AI figuring out a better configuration of the magnetic field. Yeah, I mean, God, we're just barely touching an understanding of how much smarter AI is going to be than us, especially with simulations and designing things like this. I'm excited, and I got to admit, I do share a little bit of Elon Musk's. Seems like he's tempered it in recent years, but his early fears about what AI would mean for humans, I do share a little bit of that concern. But I'm also excited to see what innovation AI can bring us. Okay. So I'm excited about Cardano Island. I think it took me a while to figure out what with the Monster Zone lands. It took me a while to figure out if any of it was on Cardano, and I think I'm still a little bit confused, but it seemed like some of them were set aside for Cardano, but I wasn't really sure what blockchain those NFTs were living on. So I'm always mainly interested in Cardano stuff. Like I'm not really too concerned with anything going on other blockchains, unless it's in like sort of that comparative context. But I'm not like looking for assets on other blockchains. So I didn't when I couldn't figure out if it was running on Cardano or not. I kind of that kind of limited my interest in those, but I think some of them were set aside for Cardano, but I still don't actually know if the portion that was set aside for Cardano, if they were running on Cardano or if they weren't. So I'm still a little bit confused, but I think the idea is interesting. Like I think it'll be really interesting for people who have those plots to they might create like very, very cool experiences. So Virtua is capable. Virtua seems very, very capable. So I wouldn't be surprised if they create very cool experiences on a lot of different little islands and things like that. So I'm excited to see. I think they're definitely one of the big metaverse projects that I'm excited to see what it actually looks like when we get around there and kind of walk around. Hey Pilatos, we talked quite a bit about Binance. If you go back and watch the earlier parts of this live stream, you'll be able to see us talking a lot about Binance. Okay, there's a DAO called Blocks, an LLC in Wyoming. Will that be a trend for defining crypto entities? Yeah, the I've talked about Wyoming DAO LLCs quite a bit on the channel, not recently, but when they first enacted that section of their limited liability company law, I talked about it quite a bit. I think it's really interesting. You'll also find some project runners kind of talking about how they were choosing against the Wyoming DAO as LLC framework, because there's a little bit of regulatory arbitrage. Like you'll see projects choosing, like to be a Cayman Island entity or a Swiss entity or a Singaporean entity or something like that. It's definitely like there's definitely a little bit of regulatory arbitrage. So, earlier we were talking about the UkiDAO case a little bit, and it's sort of an open legal question. What is a DAO? If you just have a DAO and there's no legal entity connected to it, it's in the UkiDAO case, the question is how do you serve the DAO? And the CFTC wanted to say that they could serve the DAO just through posting something in the DAO forum. And the court decided, no, you've actually got to serve the humans. But basically, projects want to be able to have a DAO, and they don't want for the DAO to be very suable. They don't want it to be a good litigation target. And DAO as LLC in Wyoming is kind of like fully integrated into their corporate entity code. So it is a good litigation target. And that's not what project runners want, but it might be that that's what they end up having to be. Because I don't think courts I'm not so sure courts are going to let DAOs exist and be these entities that are running enterprises that can't be sued. That's kind of incompatible with a lot of US law right now. But who knows? This is crypto. Wild shit can happen. God, I won't tell you who, but somebody who you guys know has been bugging me like literally every other day to read SIP 1694, and I'm really excited to read it. I haven't even touched it yet. Haven't even read it. But I'm really excited. I'll probably do a whole video on SIP 1694 because I think it's a really big deal, and I'm kind of neglecting my duties by not having done videos on that yet. Deuterium is abundant in seawater. Costs a fair bit to extract it. Okay, that makes sense to me. Capitalist pig. People still not moving their delegation from Binance. Yes. I would definitely not keep your money on a centralized exchange right now. Even if you love CZ, even if you are romantically in love with CZ, even if you want him to be your boyfriend, you should probably move your assets off centralized entities. Right now is a time of great risk, seemingly, and we don't know when the dominoes stop falling. So I would definitely get your assets off of Binance or any other centralized exchange. They hurt our Nakamoto coefficient. They hurt our minimum attack vector. They hurt our decentralization. So get your assets off there. Be very careful. Set up a wallet in, using Nami or Eternal. Set up a wallet. Be very careful. Send a tiny bit at first to test it out. Then double, triple check the wallet address you're sending to and send it on over to your self-custody wallet. You can easily use Nami or Eternal, or if you'd like some other wallet, do that. But do that, redelegate to a single pool operator. Help the decentralization of Cardano. Do not hurt it. So get your assets off the centralized exchanges for sure. Okay. Dr. Payne, more concerned about how people will use AI with all of us using a tracking device in our pockets and big data. Yeah, I mean, I think the ways in which we will use AI, I mean, the adoption is going to come so fast. Like, I think a lot of you probably know I've used AI on a lot of thumbnails. I used AI on the thumbnail for this live stream. I used AI on the thumbnail yesterday because it's great for oddly changing the dimensions of a photo without actually resizing it. Like, you can add to a photo. Like yesterday with the Virtua live stream, I removed a bunch of branded stuff and replaced that with a building that the AI generated that Pavia never created. There's an extra building in that thumbnail that it was like a Pavia image that they provided, but I added a building in there through AI. It took me like half a second. For the thumbnail today, there was there was kind of a weird reflection on the face mask I was wearing, and I removed that with AI, just made a cleaner image. But I think, and obviously the Cardano letters, each of those stories, at least the ones that I produce, are partially created through AI. Like, there are whole scenes in those stories that are written by ChatGPT. So, so I think the adoption is going to be faster than anybody is prepared for. Thanks, Raphael. I appreciate you being here. Oh, I don't know anything about this. I've known of Crypto Crow for a really long time, longer than Cardano was, much longer than I was making content in Cardano. Like, I remember Crypto Crow from the last cycle. I can't remember. I wish I could remember off the top of my head how long ago I was watching Crypto Crow. But yeah, I would be interested to see that. If there's drama between Virtua and Crypto Crow, I'd be curious because he seems, he doesn't seem like I would be curious to see what they did that could have pissed off Crypto Crow. I'd be curious to find out about that, not just for the enjoyment of drama, but I'm like trying to. It's puzzling to me. I'm trying to figure out like what could they have done that would have pissed off Crypto Crow. You can find, interesting thing about Crypto Crow, you can actually find on the web, or at least you could several years ago, you could still find like some of his early MMA fights, which is super interesting because they were a long time ago, kind of in this golden era of MMA in North America. But you can actually find his early MMA fights. It's really interesting to watch. Um, uh, It's a thing, yeah, setting up a website to educate people on crypto. That's definitely a thing it's useful and we should have. Driving traffic to a website these days is hard because so much of activity on things like that is directed towards social media. So it's really hard to drive traffic to a website, but who knows? Maybe you build one and maybe that'll be the one that gets a huge amount of traffic. Yeah, I did a video where I showed exactly where my parcel is on Cardano Island. So there's kind of a little spy village. It's that bottom circle, sort of like the most southern, assuming the cardinal directions on Virtua Prime are the same as you'd expect. I believe it's the most southern and kind of like southwestern sort of circle on the map. That's kind of Spy Village. And there's a whole bunch of us from this channel in there. And I did a video showing exactly where my parcel is. I only drew a common deed. So I was like one of the last ones to pick, but luckily there was still a slot in there. But a lot of people on this channel got much nicer parcels. And I have a large parcel, but it was common. So I did not get my first pick. So everybody had already taken the spots that were like sort of waterfront and everything. And mine's kind of closer to the entrance of that little circle. I don't know what we're supposed to call those circles in Cardano Island, but I'm excited. I'm excited we can get in there and have little get-togethers. Like I want to be able to do this, but in the metaverse, because I think it'd be interesting for us all to be kind of standing around. I mean, this only works with audio chat too. They have to have audio chat, but once they have audio chat, we can do exactly this, but we're all just kind of in the metaverse and everybody can talk. I think that'll be super interesting. So isn't over. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know those numbers. I have to check with Ethereum. I would have to check. What do you think about Apple being forced to allow side loading and forced to use USB-C in terms of enforcement regulation? I know you use Android. You probably have a BlackBerry. Laugh out loud. I definitely do not have a BlackBerry. I remember the days I was sort of post schooling. Let's say I was post schooling and I was in a let's say I was in a work environment where the crackberry was definitely a thing. Like that was sort of one of the early stages of people being very addicted to phones when they were so addicted to their Blackberries. And nobody had really encountered this like addiction to cell phones, but everybody was like texting and emailing on their Blackberries. And they were like addicted to it. So they called them crackberries. I never had a Blackberry. I've always had Androids, but definitely during that thing, I think it's funny. Obviously, I am no friend of Apple. I think it's super hilarious they're being forced to use USB-C. And I've been taunting the people around me who have apples, because a lot of times like I'll be doing something and I have to have my own like little USB-C charger, because everybody else has the Apple like lightning connectors or whatever they're called. So it's great. Like I can basically like plug in anywhere, and they have to have their special Apple connectors. But soon it sounds like, I believe it was the EU, right? The EU is forcing them to use USB-C. I think it's kind of hilarious. It's something that maybe wouldn't happen in the US, but in this case, I think it's pretty funny that it's happening to Apple. So I don't know as much about the side loading. Beamer House, what's up? Thank you for joining. True. The feds do not seem to care. I mean, obviously they realize how powerful the big tech companies are. But yeah, even the size of Facebook did not stop them from relentlessly going after Zuckerberg. They were super afraid of Libra, super afraid of Libra. I kind of tend to think maybe it's good for normal public blockchains that maybe Libra wasn't around, but you could also make arguments on the other side of that equation and say that maybe if Libra, which was Facebook's cryptocurrency, if Libra had onboarded all of those Facebook users to crypto, maybe that would have been good for crypto. So I don't know. We'll probably never find out because they went after Zuckerberg so hard. He seems to have just bailed on that plan and went whole hog into the metaverse with his rebranded company, Meta. Yeah, I was actually going to read 1694 today, and then somebody sent me a message on Twitter, and they were like, "Are you doing anything special for episode 500?" And I was like, "Oh man, I actually should just do a live stream." And then somebody else sent me a message, and they were like, "Hey, when you do live streams, it doesn't it's not consistent with my schedule." Like they want the news thing, at that time in the morning as they're driving to work, and so I was like, okay. I'll try to combine the two. So that's how we ended up doing this. So I did this instead of reading SIP 1694. I'm hoping this weekend to get to it though, because I'm really, really looking forward to seeing what they've come up with on governance. I definitely, my strong belief is that it's very easy for crypto ecosystems to screw up the governance thing because there are areas of academic pursuit that actually study governance, and it's often not the same as the pursuit of computer science. So I would say it's very easy for crypto guys to screw up governance because it's not what you end up studying necessarily if you're studying the things that allow you to build a crypto ecosystem, at least build the technical parts. Okay. God, I don't know a damn thing about World Cup. I know many of you do. We have a global audience, so many of you, I know this is like the biggest sporting event ever. I think it's cool. I just don't know a damn thing about it. No, but so Daily Meta says, have you guys heard about artists trying to ban AI generated art? So it made sense to me as soon as I saw that someone won that Colorado art contest. I think it's probably like if I'm remembering right, I covered it on the channel, but it was like the Colorado State Fair art contest, which is a common thing. So if you're not from North America, they have these like state and provincial fairs, and they do a lot of weird stuff. It's like all this pastoral stuff. Like there are agricultural related contests, like people are showing off their cows and pigs and goats and stuff. And then they also have kind of a carnival kind of thing. There's often like rides, and there's sort of this weird food thing going on that you might have seen featured on the Food Channel, where they have weird stuff like corn dogs where the batter is made out of weird stuff. There's very interesting food if you're into that kind of Americana type stuff. And then they'll often have also a competition. And if I'm remembering right, I believe it was at like the Colorado State Fair or something like that. They had one of these art competitions, and someone won it with AI generated art. The second that happened, I knew that a lot of, I guess we call them traditional artists now because they're not AI. A lot of traditional artists would have a problem with that because, man, the AI art is so quick. It is so quick. And to my uneducated eyes, I am no kind of art connoisseur. To my uneducated eyes, some of it is pretty damn good. So I think they're going to have a big problem on that front. I would not want to be someone making all their money from art that could be generated by AI right now. Did you use ChatGPT to write a simple Haskell Cardano smart contract? I find that fascinating and short and midterm. That might give us a great advantage. Somebody else did. Somebody else wrote a Cardano Plutus smart contract using ChatGPT. Actual Plutus developers, as you would expect, had a lot of criticism for what it created, but man, it's early days. It's early days, and I think very, very quickly the ability of AI to write simple smart contracts is going to get much, much better. And you could argue that the new coding in some versions of this, the new coding is going to be writing the prompts to create those Haskell smart contracts. But I think that's a lot more susceptible to, that may end up being, if the AI does its job, if it evolves in the direction you'd want it to, that may be a lot more susceptible to non-coders, writing those prompts too. So who knows, could go the other direction, and maybe the prompts will get so technical that writing the prompt themselves is as complicated as coding is today. Who knows? But I think it's definitely going to change things. Okay. Ooh, Kyle Davies. Geike says, I saw an interview with Kyle Davies where he said he bought founder tokens from Solana and near for a huge discount because they had like 3 years vesting period. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I think Optum with their pool bonds is trying to solve part of that problem. I have no idea if it's a good idea, bad idea, but I think they're trying to find a way to make capital accessible for people to start pools, get enough delegation to start producing blocks. So we kind of had to go through that with our pool. We had to we had to start from nothing, just our own delegations out of our pocket, and then just try to collect delegation from there. So I understand where they're coming from, but yeah, I'll be curious to see how many pools actually take those bonds, and that's how they get going. Miguel says hi and thank you for your videos almost each day. Can't drink because it's morning here in Spain, but still imaginative. Awesome. Thank you for joining, Miguel. I appreciate it. Andrew says, Crypto Crow was the first I found after watching the eternally famous whiteboard video, Xmas 2017. His thoughts helped my decision to back Cardano, mass props, but haven't heard from him in a spell. Yeah, he kind of disappeared for a while. Crypto Crow kind of disappeared for a while. At least it seemed that way to me, because I was also wondering where he is, but he's definitely back now. Okay. Oh, this is kind of interesting. So Erling is asking whether or not Catalyst award recipients just sell their ADA immediately, and whether or not that creates downward sell pressure on the price of ADA. Good point. I haven't run the numbers to think about how much, if they all sold immediately, like how much that is, and try to correlate that with how much that is compared to the normal volumes, and try to correlate that with like bumps on downward volume on the charts or anything like that. But maybe there'd be in a thread. Maybe you should do it, Erling. You should do that and make a thread about it on Twitter. I'd be interested to see it. Thank you, Dr. Payne. Dr. Payne says, now I just stake with ticker AOS. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Very much appreciate everybody who delegates. Okay. Crackberries were good. I like my Razer flip phone before. Yep, I had a bunch of friends who had Razer flip phones. I actually never had a Razer, oddly. I had other Motorola phones, but for some reason I never had a Razer. I always had like phones of equivalent functionality, but never an actual Razer for some reason. Okay, Green Tools is in the house. Thank you for being here. As always, Green Tools, I appreciate it. Okay. Congrats on the 500 episode. Can't wait for another 500. Keep going, and thanks for making me awake in my train journey. Awesome. Thank you for joining. Glad to be a part of the train journey. Oh man, this is a good question for everybody. My first mobile phone was, yeah, it was not one of those giant like 1980s one, the brick ones. I definitely did not have access to a brick, but that sort of first generation of phones that wasn't a brick, that would have been the first one. I didn't even actually own it, but I was kind of allowed to use it occasionally. That would have been the first one. Daily Meta. Yep. There's definitely, we definitely got some East Coasters. And yeah, it's late for you guys. It is late for you guys. I covered this on the channel. They definitely seem to own some important infrastructure in the Ethereum world, and I think that is a massive problem for Ethereum. 100%. There's Hotsky. How's it going? Good to see you. Thanks, David. I appreciate you saying that. It's very nice of you to say. Michael E. Talking about state fairs, right? Quilts, jams, and jellies. Yep. That's like the fodder of state fairs for everyone not from North America. That is what goes down at state fairs. Yeah. AI has all the jimmies rummied in the art community. I run in those circles, so I see it often. It's a fear of replacement. To me, if we can accurately classify each, it should be okay. I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be awesome if they had an AI. I mean, honestly, the AI art division in those contests would probably be more interesting than the like hundreds of paintings people do of their cats. Like the AI paintings of like alien warfare on strange planets, probably like more interesting. Um, haven't played it. I've seen a lot of people talk about it, but I have not played it. Michael E, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. I know it's late or early for many people, so I appreciate everybody joining, but thank you for coming. CM, what's up? Thank you for joining. Okay. Copilot. I have not used Copilot. I'll look that up. Liam says, happy 500th episode, AOS. You just keep on soldiering on. Thank you, Liam. Liam is another person who has been with the channel for a long time. I really appreciate that. And for you being here tonight, Liam, very much appreciate it, or morning, or whatever time it is where you are. Andrew says, well, blockchain is a great elevator for digital artists. AI generation could be, if misused, an equal but opposite destroyer. Yeah, I think we're gonna go through this whole period of finding out exactly what our interaction with AI is going to be. And I mean, even like long before we consider these existential kinds of issues that Elon is afraid about, I think it's gonna get super weird. Like, I mean, just like the prognostication about ChatGPT displacing disrupting Google. As soon as somebody said that, I was like, oh, wow, I think they're right. Because there were very obviously some prompts that were just as easy to create as any Google search and produce vastly better results. So, I mean, we're talking about disrupting Google as a search engine. That's insane. Like, so I think AI. I think it's gonna be a very, very interesting decade. I think, to be alive, because I think AI is, we can't even guess all the crazy things that are gonna come out of the AI revolution here. Rich TBH says 500th episode. Whoop! This should last me the whole school run, dude. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, I think the software doesn't allow you to share links, which kind of helps to cut down on the spam. And I can't remember if that's just YouTube doing it or if it's some setting I set up way back in the day. Yeah, you definitely can't share links. And I can't remember if it's YouTube or if it's something I set up, but it's either way, it's definitely necessary. Like the number of scammers I have to block from the channel every single episode is insane. Like I spend so much time doing it. It's crazy. Cloud Hunk, thank you. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Leroy had the brick. Yeah, you were like one generation ahead of me on the phones. I never had the brick. I remember when they were around. I just never had one or had access to one. I think they look cool though. I would almost, if I could have one now, I would almost just like rock that out on the street just because I think it would look, I think they look awesome. Okay. Daily Meta says, do you think it would be better if the ADA reserve was not controlled by IOHK because the catalyst pause makes ADA seem slightly more centralized? And he said Nokia 6130 or something like that. I remember when Nokia was huge. They definitely it seems like they somehow made all the wrong decisions and lost their gigantic lead they had. They had such a big chunk of the market and they lost it all. My question is who then? Like, I've been pretty happy with what IOHK has done for Cardano so far, and there is no fitting replacement yet. Maybe under Voltaire, we get some kind of community governance that works, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid of what comes after IOHK. And I mean, IOHK is not going anywhere, in general, but I mean, certain things are going to give up certain things. And I'm afraid what we get after IOHK is something vastly inferior in a lot of cases. So I think it's the same as that segment we showed earlier. I don't know if you saw earlier, but earlier we kind of took a look at the markets and talked about what the Fed announced a couple of days ago, and the equities markets tanked on that news, and we're still correlated, so we tank along with them still. Hotsky had a Nokia 3390. How could you guys remember the numbers? I also used to use a Nokia. Again, I don't think that was mine, but I used to use it, and I can't remember what number it was. I don't know how you guys can remember these numbers. You guys have much better recollection than I do, for sure. Okay, Leonard's Burson says, hey, why there's no GitHub alternative on Cardano for IOG? Are you asking like why IOG doesn't use something other than GitHub? Is that the question? Dr. Payne says, my first phone was the Nextel phone with the walkie-talkie feature. I think I remember that. I never had one, but I think you remember it. Capitalist Pig, thank you for joining. Capitalist Pig says, need to go. Congrats on 500. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you joining. So I have a strong opinion on that. It's kind of, I hate to say it because people, even if no matter what disclaimers I give about it not being financial advice, people will take it that way. So I have a very strong position on that, but I better not say. You guys could guess based on what I've said in the past. You guys could definitely guess what my feelings on that are. Dr. Payne says Oreos and everything deep fried. Oreos, yep. They deep fry a lot of different stuff, including Oreos. There are deep fried Oreos for sure. Vulcan of Nocturne, good morning. Thank you for joining. Gabriel, hey, what's up? Gabriel says, hey, AOS, just popping in to say congrats. Good morning, everyone. We'll chat again soon. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Yeah, the deep fake thing is pretty scary. That's going to get messed up. AI with deep fakes and NFTs. Damn scammers. Yep, that's going to get pretty messed up. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool that you'll be able to create really good AI simulations of people for whom you have a lot of, like voice samples of, and like we'll be able to create a very convincing Joe Rogan. We'll be able to create a very convincing version of almost anybody if we have any voice sample at all, probably. But of course, like the more data you can train that AI on, the better simulation they're going to create. So we'll be able to have like very, very good simulations of a lot of podcasters who have a lot of samples of their, not just their voice, but also their personality and their sort of like, style of thinking. Terminator AR says, hello, watching from Botswana. Thank you for joining from Botswana. I appreciate it. Thank you for all you do. Thank you. I appreciate you watching and for joining tonight, today, whatever time it is there. Let's see. So you guys are probably, you're probably getting closer to like midday, aren't you? Or no, still in the morning. You should still be in the morning, right? Okay. Leonard says, don't think it will disrupt Google. It will still be a crawler, but AI is going to be an interface. Yep. Yep. I think it's going to get weird. Okay. Have you checked out Floorless Decentralized NFT Marketplace Protocol yet? I haven't. Does that work like Gucci? Does it work like the floors in Gucci? Rest in peace, Nokia. Yeah, the Trump trading cards. Man, when I saw the first image, I couldn't believe it was real. It took me like 5 minutes to convince myself it was real. I couldn't believe it. Nokia 3210 is the hardest substance known to man. Yeah, I cannot, you guys remember the numbers on those phones way better than I do, but I do remember a very indestructible Nokia. I can't remember which one it was, that I definitely used. I didn't own it, but I was allowed to use it. Uncle Thanos is also talking about Trump's NFTs. I still can't believe it was real. Christian is a Motorola man from 2004. Yep. You guys all know about the Nokia 3310. I don't know. I think they were trying to consolidate everything. If we're talking about IOG, I think they wanted to consolidate, have everything in one place. So for obvious reasons, I mean, they're a corporation. So I think they wanted to have everything in one place. But you're right. It makes sense for Cardano to have, repositories in different places for resilience purposes. Dorian's got to go to work. Thank you for joining, Dorian. Appreciate it. Ooh. Okay. Decentralized identity or Cardano all-time high. Which one first? It depends on what level of decentralized identity. I mean, hopefully we'll have some form of sovereign identity before the Cardano all-time high. So I'm going to go with that one. But obviously we hope that decentralized identity keeps evolving. So, hopefully both before and after next all-time high. Pilato says, Motorola 4500X. I can't remember the numbers of any of my Motorola's either. I guess I'm terrible at this phone. Retro phone trivia. Okay. Yep. Liam is also highly entertained by the Trump trading cards. I checked out 80. I don't know anything about 80 yield. I recognize the name, but I can't remember enough to even tell you anything. To even comment. That makes sense. Yeah, I believe I've heard that. I think I heard that I think Nokia is still in a bunch of emerging markets. I think they're still in a bunch of developing markets too. Like I want to say there's some like really good, really inexpensive Nokias that you can get in Africa. Am I mistaken about that? I'm really reaching into the depths of the memory here, so I could be totally mistaken, but I want to say that's the case. This is an interesting topic. How do you think crypto will perform in the long run as the rest of the world, mainly non-Western countries, are making efforts to de-dollarize? So obviously we've seen this with Russia as Russia came under the sanctions regime for their invasion of Ukraine. We've seen them embracing crypto pretty hard and trying to get other banks to also embrace crypto. So yeah, I mean, if you're trying to de-dollarize and you are not the CCP who just wants everybody to use like RMB, then yeah, like Bitcoin makes a lot of sense, especially if you're like a non-aligned, country. If you're like a smaller non-aligned country, then you probably Bitcoin makes great sense. Okay, here we go. Floorless. Floorless is an NFT marketplace protocol that can be adopted by NFT marketplaces to allow NFTs to be listed in multiple places, similar to how the Uniswap protocol can be used by any dApp. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know anything about it, but sounds interesting and makes sense to me. Pond is adopting it first. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, JPEG is probably they're very happy to maintain their near monopoly. So unless they created it, I think they may not. It was easy for me to guess that they were not the first adopters, but Pond makes sense. That is definitely financial advice that is beyond the scope of this channel. I actually do have a very strong position on that as well, but I definitely do not do the financial advice thing on this channel. We have many Fibonacci masters in Cardano. They are mainly sort of Cardano is their part-time job, and they also have a part-time job doing Fibonaccios for Bitcoin and other coins. But we have a lot of Fibonacci guys, and they will very happily give you their wildly fluctuating predictions on all things involving dollar values of ADA. But I don't do it. Partially because I think nobody actually knows anything. I think nobody can actually predict anything. I think this is one of those ones where I would be willing to go out on a limb and make a prediction, but I think the Fibonacci guys and all of their predictions are not. I think their predictions on a lot of things are not as valuable as their viewers would like them to be. So I do not get into that game though. Pilatos agrees. Definitely identity first. Yep, I think so. The Trump trading card. It's so funny to see fresh people outside the US. Not sure if I should laugh or cry. Dude, I don't know if I should laugh or cry. It was so. I mean, I want to say that it was unexpected. I mean, it's unexpected only because he used to be the president, but him being the president was so unexpected by me. It was so unexpected and so unbelievable that I guess nothing should surprise me. But it's still unbelievable to me that Donald Trump was the president. So I don't know what to say on that one. Hey Patrick, Life in China. The Patrick says AOS. What's up? Greetings from China. Yep, Patrick has been around for a long time too. I don't know. I don't know on this. What I hope is that we have a real Fi summer. I hope that Cardano has a real Fi summer. I'd prefer that over a DeFi summer. I think, I kind of think that regulation is going to, I think regulation might play a role in whether or not there's a DeFi summer. Like I still am laboring under the premise that at some point the regulators are going to figure out how to fly through the air like the DC version of Thor and use Munir to use their Munir style hammers to just crush some certain things in crypto, and certain parts of DeFi are definitely on their list as far as what they would like to smash with their hammers. But I think that's going to play a role there. What's holding back Atala? IMX seems to have come out of nowhere and for us. Why aren't all Cardano dApps embracing Atala? I don't know. I actually I think it probably has a lot. I think it probably has to do with what IOG is currently trying to do with Atala, and maybe what they're not. And I'm not really sure. I'm not sure if they're mainly concerned with using Atala for government projects like the Ethiopian Ministry of Education project, and that's why we haven't seen a hard push from IOG to get projects to use Atala. But definitely I see a lot more people talking about IMX than about Atala. Maybe they just don't have the resources. Maybe IOG just isn't prioritizing it right now, or maybe what they intended Atala for is not quite the same use case. I don't know, but I'm also curious about that. Favorite crypto meme of 2022. Oh man. It's kind of a toss up because there have been some really good SPF ones, and he definitely deserves, the harassment. But I also really like the ones that point out some of the massive problems with Ethereum and the whole EVM world that people on that side don't like to talk about. I can't name a specific one for you right now, but over the course of 2022, there have been some really good memes, mainly created by people in Ethereum, about the problems with Ethereum. Those were quite amusing to me for sure. Okay. Fibonacci's say ADA to Mars. Okay, I'll take the word of the Fibonacci masters, because I am not one. I used to do it. I've said this before on the channel, but when I was first trading Bitcoin, which was, I can't remember if I was doing this in 2014 or if I started in 2015, but there was definitely a period right in there somewhere, like 2014, 2015, 2016, where I was definitely doing a lot of charting for my own, sort of like trading investment purposes. By the way, I don't recommend trading to anyone for any reason, basically, but I was definitely doing it like a lot of people do back in like 2014, and I was like drawing charts every day, and becoming a little amateur Fibonacci master myself, thinking about Ichimoku clouds and so many different things, like getting into all the esoteric knowledge about charts, and definitely came to the conclusion that I mean, like, obviously a chart is just a way to present data, and it tells you something, but man, there's a lot of bullshit going on there. There's a huge amount of bullshit going on with the Fibonaccios. So it's a great tool for content creators in crypto, because you can basically jump on YouTube and start drawing up Fibonaccios, and it's a really great way to push the dopamine buttons in the viewer's brain. And I think a lot of YouTubers have figured out that when people watch those Fibonaccios, it can push that dopamine button. It can make them fantasize about the price going to the moon. And a lot of people, you can rack up a lot of viewers by pushing those dopamine buttons for them every single video. Even if they all have to, like, of course, balance that with their downside case. My base case is this, my downside case is this, but my upside case is this. Like, make every single prediction, and the viewers will kind of just like watch it until you get to your absurd upside case. And that's the big dopamine button push, because then they can fantasize about the Lambos and the wife changing wealth. I think it's who is it who talks about the wife changing wealth? It's I wouldn't categorize him as a Fibonacci guy, but it's God, what's his name? The guy in Chicago who loves Legos. I can't remember. He always refers to his wife changing wealth, which is kind of hilarious. Sorry, ladies. I don't mean that in any pejorative way against women, but very, very funny kind of word fit. But yeah, the Fibonaccios are a great dopamine button for content creators to push to get a lot of viewers. I kind of I would never do that myself. The reason why it'd be really easy to make content doing chart stuff. It's a really easy way, really easy and consistent way to make content. Not that they don't, learn a lot of stuff about Fibonaccios when they do that. They definitely learn a lot about Fibonaccios, but I do not believe it I don't believe it does what their viewers believe it does. Let me put it that way. I don't believe in Fibonaccios. I'll say that. I don't think it's good. I would never want to manipulate viewers with that dopamine button. I don't think it's a good thing to do. Oh, actually, Erling is talking about exactly this. He says, "Hey, I really appreciate that you don't give financial advice and talk about prices too much. Some people seem like they can see the future, but most of the time they're in fact very wrong." Yeah, I mean, it's like I honestly do not believe that anybody can predict the future. I don't believe you can draw any kinds of triangles that look like nachos that I call Fibonaccios on a chart. I don't believe you can draw Fibonaccios on a chart and predict what the markets are going to do. I don't think that's a thing. I think, you can make predictions of your base case, your downside case, and your upside case, and then you can lawyer up the results and kind of like talk your viewers into believing you predicted what happened. But I don't believe that people can predict these markets. I don't believe it's a thing. And if they could, they wouldn't be teaching everybody how to do it. They'd just be making money hand over fist. If they could actually predict the markets, they would just be making money hand over fist, and they wouldn't be spending their time doing Fibonaccios on YouTube. Okay. Gary, good morning. Thank you for joining from Atlanta. I appreciate it. And coffee. I'm on the other end. I'm not yet in the coffee zone, although that is definitely a favorite part of the day for me. I am on the other side. I am in the whiskey zone. Liam says, I haven't got as much time for the cryptosphere lately. I caught wind of a few rug pull alarms these last days. Can you give me an update? Definitely Cardano and Orbis are not a thing anymore. And there are always accusations of rug pulls about ongoing projects. And I can't think of any off the top of my head that were like considered reputable projects or ones that I could even name, because I don't really get involved in a lot of the NFT PFP projects or anything like that. There's definitely a lot of those that are the subject of accusations about rug pulls, but Cardano and Orbis are no longer a thing, and people were pretty upset about that. You probably already know about that one. Okay. Ooh, I hadn't even seen that, David. I hadn't even seen that that number. That's ooh, ouch. Yeah, when you made your last post, Andrew, that's what I thought of, the Atala Pioneer Program. Andrew says, I just find it weird because we had an Atala Pioneer Program already, and Lace is intended to have self-sovereign identity built in. I cannot imagine it's anything but Atala. We must be missing something. Maybe whatever Lace is doing for, maybe Lace deprecated some of what Atala was doing. Maybe they started building Lace and they realized that all that should just be a part of Lace and they should stop developing Atala. I don't know. I don't really know. I'm curious to find out though. Cloud Hunk says, sticking to charting the weekly made my life so much more enjoyable. I also went through that evolution back in 2014 or whatever it was. I was you know, drawing Fibonacci's on the daily and even the hourly and even smaller time scales. I was looking at even shorter time scale candles at one point, the 5 minute, the 1 minute, all that kind of stuff. And definitely went through the same evolution where I like zoomed out and then I was only looking at the dailies and I was only looking at the weeklies. And then pretty soon I was like, it's all bullshit. And I exited the Fibonacci's. Apologies. Don't get mad at me. If you're a Fibonacci person, don't get mad at me. I just don't believe in it. I don't believe you guys can predict the future. I believe the chart tells you something. I believe it's a presentation of data. So there is data there, but I don't believe it allows you to predict the future like a lot of the viewers of the Fibonacci channels believe it does. Okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Payne. Dr. Payne says no trading, no leverage, self custody on hardware wallet, stake with AOS. Thank you. Hold for long term, good crypto principles to live by. Yep. Give my motto, give me custody or give me death. And I definitely keep all the stuff I care about on hardware wallets, on ledgers. If you want a ledger, there's a link in the description box below. I get a small commission. So if you want a ledger, please use that link. Oh wow, yeah, Andrew's confirming Kraken is at 287. Ouch, man. Oof. There's Timmy. What's up, Timmy? Good to see you again, man. It's Friday. AOS, are you going out to game? Are you going out to game? Are you talking about gaming like gaming? Are you talking about me going to a specific game, or are you talking about the social exercise of exhibiting game? I think you're talking about that last one. I want to answer that question. How's that? Crypto banter. Does crypto banter talk about Fibonacci's? Is that true? To go back and check? I have to go back and check and see if I was the first one to say that or if somebody else said if they were saying that as well. I don't know that I've ever watched that channel. Or wait, is that the Rand Nooner channel? I've definitely seen clips of Rand Nooner because he's definitely been in opposition to Cardano at times. But I'm not like I don't know that I've ever sat down and like watched an episode of that channel. But he pays attention to this stuff in Cardano, so I'm just saying. Patrick says, move to China. Plenty of wife changing wives. Hotskis illustrating my opinion of Fibonacci's for sure. Daily Meta says, been rocking with AOS since 50s on multi accounts. Best Cardano content outside Charles himself. Thank you. I appreciate that. Congrats on 500. Thank you. You inspired many YouTubers. Oh, yeah. I like the term YouTubers. Yeah, we get a lot more. We get a lot more people making YouTube content for Cardano. That's for sure. Okay, AOS, please check your DMs on Twitter. Okay, I will. I just send them with videos and pictures so you can share what I sent you with the viewers. It's my charity project and it's free. No money required. Okay, I'll check that out, Gabriel. Yeah, I'll check that out. Okay. Andrew says favorite Fibonacci recipe. Got to jump off later on. Congrats again, AOS. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Take it easy. Yeah, that's true. We've definitely had our fair share of manipulation in the markets. That's for sure true. Dr. Payne says he still has his Dana tokens. Yep. ADA is going down this moment. Yeah, doesn't surprise me. I mean, we're still pretty strongly correlated with the equities markets, and they took a beating today. So, yeah, it's kind of how I feel about it. I'm just like, great, accumulate. Okay, yep, Dr. Payne saying the same thing I was. Stock trade saying what's up to Cloud. Erling says, congratulations on your 500 episodes. Thank you. I appreciate that. What are your future wishes for this channel and what do you hope to get out of it? Sending love from Norway. Thank you. Likewise. I appreciate that. Future wishes for this channel. I'd like to do a lot more long form content. Those are pretty fun to do. They don't get as people don't watch them as much. And part of that is to do just with us being in crypto winter for sure. But they're very fun to do. Like the long form content is fun because when I do the normal videos, part of the fun of those is that I get to learn. So as I'm preparing that content, I get to learn about a lot of the topics. So that part is fun. But there's a different kind of fun when you have somebody live on the channel and you can learn from them. So that's something I like when I can sit and kind of ask all the questions that I prepared beforehand. It's sort of like the ultimate fun thing, you know, because if you see people in the ecosystem and then when you get them to sit down with you for a podcast, you can just kind of formulate, you know, your top 12 questions and actually get straight up answers from them. Hopefully, at least, you know, they could give you evasive answers, but usually I try to have like, you know, non-adversarial friendly interviews. So there's no reason for them to be evasive because I'm not trying to ambush them or ask them anything embarrassing or to put them in a negative light. So I get the straight up answers to the questions. So that is super fun. So I'd like to do more of those. I'd like to do more long form. But we'll see. It's very difficult to figure out how to make a Cardano channel sustainable during a crypto winter like this. So that's really the most pressing thing right now is just figuring out how to make the channel sustainable, which is very, very tricky, especially since there are a lot of there are projects that reach out to me that would like to sponsor episodes on the channel. But a lot of times because I'm very conservative as to regulatory matters, like there are a lot of projects I say no to. I can't let them sponsor the channel, not because I think they're doing anything sketchy, but because I'm not comfortable with how the regulators might come down on what they're doing, especially when it comes to fungible tokens. There are a lot of projects who I think, you know, in a lot of cases have like great projects, but I might be in some cases I don't feel comfortable with what they're doing with fungible tokens. So figuring out how to make the channel sustainable is the thing that I spend the most amount of time thinking about right now. So my future wish in the immediate future is to resolve that. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, this is what I was actually thinking about during the Jay Powell presser when I was watching his presentation. And it's what I've thought about in relation to the Fed. Every single Fed announcement, basically since the start of this bear market, is you know how correct people are. Because a lot of people have the thesis that the sort of stock to flow model that like people like Plan B were big proponents of that got broken during this last cycle. A lot of people were like, it's not really that strict stock to flow thing that hinges on the halvening timeline, the BTC halvening timeline. It's really what's happened is that's kind of lined up in certain respects with what was going on macro wise. So I agree. We haven't seen it yet when those things lined up differently. And I think that might be happening in 2023, basically. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Thank you. I hope so. Hopefully I can prove that out. But actually, I like it if people use that term because I think it's funny. So whenever I have heard other people use that term, and whenever I hear them say it, I never question where it came from, just because I'm so happy to hear that other people are saying it, because I think it's a hilarious way to characterize what those guys are doing. Oh, Aaron says no, the wife changing money. Oh, was it you, Aaron, who said that crypto banter? Oh, crypto banter uses the phrase wife changing money. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm trying to God, I can't remember the guy who I've heard use it, who I've personally heard use it the most, is the guy in Chicago who says we are all, everybody calls him by his actual first name. Crypto are us. Crypto are us is the guy in Chicago who I've heard use that term quite often. I think it's him, but it is he definitely he did not coin that term. Definitely that's a widespread term. So okay, that makes sense. I thought it was kind of weird. That crypto banter would be saying Fibonacci, but it makes sense. If he's saying wife changing money, that makes perfect sense to me. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it. They do Fibonacci's as well. No fan of it. Okay, that's why it seemed weird that they were because I don't watch that channel, but I would just assume that a channel like that would definitely do Fibonacci's. Timmy, thank you for saying that, man. I appreciate that. Hey, that was fun, by the way, doing the Pavia live stream yesterday. We'll have to do that again soon. That was pretty fun. Hotsky says hit the like button. Okay. The only thing Fibonacci's are good for is predicting what the Fibonacci people are going to do. I think that's kind of, this is kind of an interesting aspect of all the Fibonacci stuff, that the the Fibonacci's are kind of good if they're all waiting for the same, like whatever it is, like hammer formation. If they're all waiting for the same hammer formation and they're all going to do the same things when they see that, or the falling star or whatever, if they're all waiting for that, and what they're all going to do when they see that, there is some predictive value in that. You know what I mean? Depending on how many people you think are paying attention to the Fibonacci's. I actually, toward the end, when I lost faith in the Fibonacci's, that was my rationalization that I should continue. So this is back in 2014, if anybody's just jumping in. Back in 2014, when I was a Fibonacci man myself, not doing it on social media, but just doing it for myself in my own personal trading, which I don't recommend, the trading or the Fibonacci's. I rationalized it at the end by saying that a bunch of people are doing it and they're all going to react the same way based on the Fibonacci's. So that's the data I'm gleaning from this. But unfortunately, people have different interpretations of the same Fibonacci's and those kind of things. But I agree. There's definitely a bunch of dudes all watching the same YouTubers doing Fibonacci's, and all, they're all like, this is my buy trigger. The falling star is my buy trigger. Get Jason and Congo on for a sophisticated whiskey-based chat. Do you mean Crypto Crow? Who is Congo? Is Jason Crypto Crow, and who is Congo? I don't even know. So here's part of the problem with the whiskey thing is I used to, when I was a little bit of a younger man, maybe like a decade ago, me and my accomplices used to drink far too expensive. Used to drink whiskeys that were far too expensive on little events just like this, and as much as my tongue would like me to return to those days, I probably should not for for fiscal reasons. Like probably my pocketbook will be much happier if I do not return to consumption of such fine whiskey. I've got a couple bottles up above me, kind of in this room. And just thinking about the MSRP on those two bottles, they're nearly empty. I think they're like 99% empty right now, but um, I would probably prefer not to return back to buying whiskey like that, just because it's mainly just because it feels too luxuriant, feels too luxurious to be drinking something like that. Hey OS, what's your favorite metaverse right now? Which one are you excited to see launch? I am holding fast on the thesis that we won't really know how awesome they are until we can walk around in them. We could walk around in a piece of the Pavia Plaza for an hour last night, but but I don't think we're really going to know how awesome they are until they're actually fully up and running and we can see what's going on. So I'm kind of like reserving judgment, but I'm excited about all the big metaverses. All the big projects that I cover on the channel. I'm excited for all of them, and also some small ones. I try to cover a few small metaverse projects as well. Just because I think the whole metaverse thing is very interesting to me. So I've tried to cover big projects and small projects, but I'm really excited for all the big projects to launch. Billy Death 76, congrats on 500, brother. Learned a lot watching your videos. Got to get back to the grindstone. Have a great weekend and take care. Hey, thank you so much, Billy Death 76. I appreciate that. Thank you for being here. Okay, biggest soul crushing blow to crypto gaming and the metaverse companies being made in crypto now would be an Epic, Ubisoft, or Sony initiative to adopt crypto. What you think? Yeah, I mean, if can you imagine if what if Ubisoft makes a gigantic Assassin's Creed metaverse where everything is tokenized, everything's an NFT. It's interesting. I can see people making arguments on both sides of that. Again, that it could be either very bad for crypto metaverses or very good for crypto metaverses. What if you have a giant Witcher metaverse? What if you have a giant Cyberpunk 2077 metaverse? That'd probably be the one I'd be very interested in. Where everything actually is. Because I could see them like making a metaverse, but not actually tokenizing stuff, like not actually having anything, calling it a metaverse, but not actually having anything run on the blockchain. It's like, hey, log into your Ubisoft account so that you can use the metaverse and these assets that you own, unless we decide to turn the server off. And that is kind of a real thing. I mean, like we kind of joke about Vitalik starting Ethereum because he was so mad that his character's weapon in World of Warcraft got nerfed, and people being mad because they don't actually own the assets and the development company can just turn it off at any time. But I used to play Google Stadia all the time. Not all the time, but when I did play, I was playing on the Stadia because it ran some of those games very, very well. Like from day one, Cyberpunk 2077, which notoriously was a terrible experience to play because it was so buggy on every platform. It ran great on Stadia. So I played all those games on Stadia. They were wonderful. And Google just decided to pull a plug. So whatever value there is in the hours I racked up in some of those games, that's all going to be gone. There's a way to like download some kind of a record of what the state of your games. You could theoretically reconstitute somewhere else, but yeah, it's definitely a thing. They definitely do pull the plug sometimes. Like Google is just killing the entire Stadia thing. So I've talked about that already on the channel. Timmy says, have you talked about the Cardano letters on this channel, AOS? I discovered it just the other day. Yeah. So yeah, when I launched it, I talked about it on the channel. And the first story, the one where Charles almost gets assaulted by the Sasquatch. That one I put on this channel, but I'm hoping. So, okay. Thank you for reminding me though, Timmy. Please, if you have stories, like what I really want to do with the Cardano letters is to publish your stories. I already had one. We had one person send in, I thought it was awesome, an audio sort of a little audio Cardano letter, which I didn't expect. I thought people would send in text versions, and I got an audio Cardano letter. So I just put it right in episode 2. And Charles also did some more additional monster fighting. I think the Charles stories, they're going to continue to be partially AI produced, and the thumbnail was AI produced, as was the thumbnail for this live stream, partially thumbnail, little touch up work in AI, and the thumbnail for yesterday on my channel was also partially AI produced. But um, I'm going to continue. I think the Charles stories, there's going to be continued monster fighting and also romantic entanglements. So they'll continue to be partially AI produced. But what I'm really interested in is your stories. So the audio Cardano letter I got wasn't even really a story. It was just sort of it was just a letter. It was just a letter about kind of the whole army of spies thing. Not about me, but just about the army of spies, like all of us collectively, which I thought was awesome. So if you have a Cardano letter anybody would like to send in, please do send it in to my other email address, the one that is now devoted to Cardano letters. That is army of spies white at gmail.com. Army of spies white at gmail.com. So it can be any kind of letter. It can be fictional, whatever you want. The audio one from episode 2 was not even fictional, but anything you want, just send it in to that email address, and it will probably end up on the channel. If there's any entertainment quality to it at all, it'll probably end up on Cardano letters. Okay, could somebody tell me who Congo is? It depends on who I'm with. Totally depends on who I'm with. Like I'm definitely I spend definitely throughout my life I've spent time in I should say around people where it doesn't make sense to be drinking coffee and it makes a lot of sense to be drinking tea. But when I'm home alone, I definitely drink a lot of coffee. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. Like I'm a very, very heavy coffee consumer. And I like to make the coffee in the AeroPress. Any other press users here? I started out with the French press, and then I discovered that I like the AeroPress much more than the French press. I think I've been using the AeroPress for maybe like 5 years now. I've been using the AeroPress, but that is an awesome way to make coffee. It's like all the good things about the French press and none of the bad things. So a lot of that, but there are also some I've definitely been with people who come from parts of the world that have very, very delicious teas, and it's like quite delightful to drink some of those teas. What I find to be the best is like with tea, like I'm trying not to give you guys like concrete examples so you can narrow certain things down, but there are definitely like foods and things that go very well with certain types of teas that make a lot of sense. And like that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I've been surprised by people serving me tea along with certain foods that was like ridiculously awesome in the past. But normally I drink coffee, black always. None of this, none of this cream and sugar stuff. I've been drinking black coffee since I was like 10 or 12 or something, which is again not recommending that for your children. But I think I started drinking black coffee when I was like 10 or 12. Originally, I started drinking. Originally, I was putting cream and sugar in it, but then I decided that that was not good. So I went to the black coffee, and just been drinking the black coffee since then. Ooh, David Atkinson says, walking to work in the freezing cold in the UK. Congratulations on episode 500. Thanks for the content and for keeping me entertained on my walk to work. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for making this channel a part of your walk to work, David. I appreciate that. Stock trade says all TA is witchcraft. Agreed. I agree. Fibonacci hoodie t-shirt. Yeah, I've thought about it many times, making a Fibonacci hoodie and t-shirt, but I don't know about the graphics. I don't know about what kind of graphics to put on there. I guess probably now I would do it AI. I didn't want to like I was debating how to create the graphics. I don't want to violate any trademarks and just use somebody else's imagery. But now with AI, that gets a lot easier. So maybe I'll make one. I would like to make a give me custody or give me death shirt. And I think that's a lot easier with AI as well. Andrew says, I'm sure you've already mulled this over, but a substar or Patreon is probably a good precedent path forward. Could do a periodic support stream to incentivize. Okay, now I'm really gone. Good night. Yeah, I thought you were going to sleep. Yeah, like I've thought a lot of people have suggested a Patreon to me. I still feel weird about it. I feel weird about Patreon. Same thing. People are like, why don't you have super chats? I feel weird about both Patreon and super chat. So we'll see. Maybe who knows? Maybe eventually, I'm not saying I won't eventually have to give in on something like that, but yeah, I still feel weird. I still feel weird about it. Okay. 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 Thank you for specifying who you're talking about. I appreciate that. And Leroy confirmed. I was remembering Crypto Crow's first name correctly. Jason Appleton from Crypto Crow. Yep. Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. Bro ships are forming all over the chain. Huh. AOS, you need to befriend a military person. We get whiskey much cheaper on base. Retired. Yeah, I actually used to yeah, one of the guys when I was in the when myself and my accomplices were in the stage where we're drinking too expensive whiskeys. One of the two main accomplices was a guy who currently had base access, and he was definitely bringing over some whiskeys. But we found many ways to spend too much money on whiskey back in those days, not just through what we could acquire on the base, unfortunately. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. Gabriel, Sony is 100% working on blockchain things as well as the other big two. Yeah, I actually do know why Gabriel knows this. And yeah, I believe him if he says that. I know how he knows this, and if he says that, it's probably correct. he would he definitely would he would definitely have a way of knowing about that. Interesting to know. Thanks for telling us that, Gabriel. That's very interesting to know. Okay, let's see. Thanks for reminding us. Oh, thank you. Yeah, for anybody who's subscribed to Cardano Letters, thank you for subscribing, and also just watching. If you watch Cardano Letters, I think that's great. Some people won't like it. Obviously, like not everyone wants to hear fictional stories about Charles Hoskinson engaging in monster fighting or getting into romantic entanglements. But for those of you who do, I really appreciate you going over to that channel. Oh, no way. Did you? So Dr. Payne says, I posted in one of Charles's AMAs for him to go check out the story you put together. That's awesome. I would love for Charles to read those. It's not totally me, because there's like big chunks of the stories that are written by AI. Some of it is just me, But I'm really honestly though, when I say I'm more excited to read what you guys send in for the Cardano letters, that's like legit. That's authentic. I am actually more excited because there's probably I'm just betting that some of you will probably put together very entertaining stuff. So please send stuff in if you have anything at all that you want to send in. It's good if it's Cardano related. But if you have anything at all you want to send in, I will love to put it on the channel, probably. Unless it's crazy. If you're too crazy, it might not make it. But Patrick says Nespresso. Nice. Nespresso. Yep. Derek says I use AeroPress. Do you use inverted method or normal method? I started out doing normal, and then I think really quickly I went inverted, and I think I've been on inverted for like most of that 5 years now. I think the seal on mine finally after like it might be that I've had it longer than 5 years, but I think the seal on my AeroPress finally needs to be replaced, which kind of shocked me. But just like within the last like week, it started. I've started sensing maybe it needs to be replaced, but they're like super cheap, I think. So no big deal. Okay. Coffee is a gateway drug. Definitely, I've been drinking coffee for a long time. So, yeah, I'm definitely not. I'm also just like the Patreon thing. I don't think I'm super comfortable with that. Don't think I'm comfortable with that yet, but that's probably what a normal person would do. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hey OS, this is stock trade. Hey AOS, have you seen any of the leaks around Get 4? Sounds amazing. AI is exploding exponentially now. How long to AGI? Did you mean GPT-4? Are you talking about GPT-4 or something else called Get 4? How long to AGI? Ooh, that's the question. GPT-4. Okay, yeah. So yeah, no worries. Um, uh, yeah. So I've seen people talk about it. I've seen people talk about it a little bit, which makes me excited. I don't know. That's my question on the AGI thing. That's my question. I think we're gonna start. I think we'll probably like. I think like it's gonna get so powerful so fast. I wonder if we'll even care. I mean, there will always be people who care about strict definition of AGI, but I think it's going to get so powerful so fast. It's going to be people are going to be so overwhelmed it won't even matter when we actually hit AGI. I think artificial general intelligence, for people to know what we're talking about. I think it's going to get so good so fast. People are going to be so overwhelmed by it. I mean, like the internet was a little bit overwhelming for some people, but this is going to be super overwhelming. I could be completely wrong, but I have a feeling this is going to be so overwhelming for people. They're not even going to understand. Like I don't even know how to explain to the people around me who aren't in crypto and like aren't technical. I don't even understand. I don't even know how to explain to them. Like I tried to explain just what I was doing in Dali and Midjourney the other day to someone, and they were like, didn't even make sense. And then I was trying to explain how Chat GPT is better for some things than Google. And again, didn't make any sense. So, I mean, we're just at the beginning. It's going to get crazy. Are you familiar with NewNet? Is NewNet a part of, is it one of the like product families in Singularity Net? Uh, Cloud Hunk says GPT is great for drafting work emails. I definitely don't use it for that. Pretty hilarious. Familiar with NewNet. Yeah, yeah. I always assumed that AGI. Yeah, we're talking about like artificial general intelligence as a general thing, but I always assumed that AGI, the AGI and AGIX was the same acronym. Maybe I'm wrong, but I assumed it was the same acronym. Yep. Derek's we're talking about the AeroPress is inverted bloom method, but when the plunger failed, I reverted back to the original way till I bought a new plunger. Yep, that's what's happening to me. The plunger's failing. Finding the correct grind is hard, especially if you always change up roast. Yeah, I buy like these giant 5-pound bags of whole bean and just grind my own all the time. But I agree, like the reason I did that was because it was hard to get exactly the grind I wanted. But yeah, exactly. I use an inverted bloom method. Probably all of us who use AeroPress probably use inverted bloom method because it's so awesome. Like it changes the even like I use like pretty freshly brewed freshly brewed Central American coffee and South American coffee from actually there's a link down below in the description box. There's another affiliate link. I get a small commission if you order coffee through there, but it won't make sense for some of you because I know a lot of you are not in shipping range where it makes sense. That's an East Coast um, roaster, but it's a very freshly roasted coffee. In fact, it's called fresh roasted coffee, and that coffee's awesome. And they just ship it to me whole bean, and then I just kind of grind as I go. It works awesome. Yeah, the speed of change. I mean, it's gonna be like it's gonna be so wild. It's gonna be so wild. Like there are people so there are certain people who have just barely gotten comfortable with like using Facebook. Like they're still mainly using Facebook for their social media. They just barely gotten comfortable with that, and now they've got to deal with artificial intelligence. So it's gonna be very fast for them for sure. Daily meta. I haven't looked closely enough. Um, yeah, I haven't looked closely enough at NewNet. I would like to though. I'd like to become more familiar. I followed it when they first announced everything, but I haven't really followed up recently. So I'd like to check in and see what they're up to. Sort of all the Singularity Net type products. I have not, to be honest with you. I have not drank much Hawaiian coffee. I've had people like serve me cups of coffee and they, you know, kind of try to describe to me how expensive, the particular coffee they're serving to me is, but I haven't really I love Central American coffee so much that I haven't really drank that much Hawaiian coffee. Dr. Payne says it's the best coffee he's ever had. I know, yeah, I know people who basically only want to drink certain types of Hawaiian coffee, and it makes sense to me. I mean, it seems like perfect growing environment. Um, Husky says the very beginning of Dune, down with the AI. I can understand that. I can understand that sentiment. Dr. Payne specifies Kona Peaberry coffee. This is an interesting topic. So Charles was great on Lex Friedman. Hopefully he'll go on Rogan in 2023, perhaps after the USDA stablecoin launches. Yeah, I would love to see Charles on Rogan. It was kind of interesting because the whole time he was saying Rogan after Gogan, I think a lot of people took it to mean like he was saying he would go on Rogan after Gogan, right? But I think it's kind of a complicated thing. I think the value of going on Rogan is so high for anybody, basically in any field, because it's so much exposure. Like it's so valuable. I think it's like very difficult to get on Rogan's show unless you happen to be in some niche he's interested in, something in his interest wheelhouse. It's like very hard to get on Rogan, I think. Like he recently had on the beekeeper because he's interested in, bees. So I think people get on that way. but I think you're in a big field like crypto. Like obviously Rogan knows about crypto. He's not like well versed in crypto, but he's known it existed for a long time. He's had what's his name? The Bitcoin evangelist, the early Bitcoin evangelist. God, can't remember. I'm blanking on his name, but he's had him on a couple different times. But he's almost like one of the only people Rogan's had on. And I think a lot of it is because he does not want to be seen promoting crypto. I think he's honestly like worried if he were to have somebody on like, a Vitalik or a Charles or anybody like that. I think Rogan, it's like he doesn't want to get involved in having to walk the line of, not promoting something that, he doesn't know because he's probably been told by, legal counsel that, crypto assets could be securities. Maybe you shouldn't have everybody on your show because they might be promoting their, the crypto assets in their ecosystem, and those might turn out to be securities. So if I were a guy like Rogan, um, you know, I'd probably, it would be understandable to just avoid having crypto people on for that reason alone. I mean, he's got a lot to lose. He's a very wealthy dude, so he could lose a lot. Um, so yeah, Dave Chappelle can go on Rogan whenever he wants. Yeah, so can Tom Segura and Bert and Ari and a bunch of those kind of guys. Like they can all get on Rogan whenever they want, but I don't know that anybody else can necessarily. Yeah, we talked about Monster Zone a little bit earlier. Um, no, I didn't pick up a Monster Zone plot because I was it was uncertain to me which blockchain those parcels are running on. I know some of them were like set aside for Cardano, and I kind of thought maybe some of those were running on the Cardano blockchain, but I was like confused about what types of assets those were and those kind of things. So I with Cardano Island, all of those parameters were pretty obvious to me, but with the Monster Zone, I was a little confused as to what exactly the assets were. But I think the idea is kind of interesting. I think I think the Virtua team is like very, very capable. So I can imagine them creating a very interesting experience on a variety of different kinds of themed sort of areas, islands on Virtua Prime. But like with all these metaverses, like until they actually open up and we can get down there and walk around and have audio chat and all those kind of things, like I'm kind of reserving judgment for all the projects until we can do those things. But I will say the Virtua guys seem very, very capable. So, and they're a big team. They seem to be a pretty big team. So seem to be like a very capable big team. So I'm hoping they produce some awesome things. Okay, yeah, stock trading. Stock trading knows. He says main monster zone is ETH or TBK. Next week, the Cardano Mr. Zone Monster Zone plots are minting 500 plots. Okay, there you go. I was a little confused about that. So those are actually going to be Cardano assets. Or they just kind of set aside for Cardano. They are. I'm hoping those are Cardano assets, but I actually don't know. Yeah, actually, no, I don't know too much about the Monster Zone because I was very interested in the Cardano Island, but I don't know too much about the Monster Zone. Okay. Soil carbon sequestration data plus satellite canopy data combined with land ownership data plus decentralized identities made into an incentive system to grow plants and soil is the answer to saving our planet. Ooh, I do like generally the topic of soil carbon sequestration, kind of especially in the context of regenerative farming. I'm not interested in doing farming myself necessarily, but I am definitely interested in consuming some agricultural products that can be that can be regeneratively farmed to result in the soil carbon sequestration. But that's an interesting thing. So we got the things you're combining here are are the data from the soil carbon sequestration, satellite canopy data, land ownership data, and decentralized identity. Some people don't like it when I say decentralized identity. They're like, it's decentralized identifiers. The identity data may be inside the identifier, but I'm not quite ready to draw those distinctions yet. So I've been saying decentralized identity. This is an interesting idea. I haven't heard anybody talk about this yet. I think this is very interesting, though. Final question. I don't know. We need to get an evolutionary biologist. We need to get an evolutionary biologist on here to answer that one, I think. Hey, Gabe, how's it going? How you doing? Good morning. Thanks for jumping on. Cloud Hunk says, stock trades autocorrect has had too much coffee. Yeah, that's kind of what people are doing with this with regenerative farming, like white oak pastures. Is I haven't like done the due diligence to tell you whether or not they're doing what they say they're doing, but they seem to be doing some regenerative farming that's kind of doing the same thing. And I am definitely, you guys probably all realize, I am definitely a fan of eating the animals that can be used to do this regenerative farming. So I definitely eat a large amount of those animals every single day. Is there a way to find out what the current distribution of ADA is? I think on Essential Cardano, it's only Shelly wallets. You're talking about like the current public supply, right? It's kind of reflected on. Usually, you see a count of it on. I know this is not what you're looking for, but obviously, there's a count of it on Coin Market Cap that may or may not be accurate. What did we decide? This topic's actually come up before, and we came to some kind of a consensus about where we thought the best location, the definitive version of this data is. Maybe somebody can remember. Yeah, I saw that Coin Bureau was doing a story about this. I saw that he was doing the story, but I didn't actually watch it. Was it anything we don't know? I'm guessing it was. I'm guessing he had some like some pretty sensational stuff. But was it anything beyond what Ryan had to say in that one Twitter space? Okay, Decentraplant says soil carbon analysis plus satellite data can give a good measure of quality of nature. When combined with verified on-chain land ownership, can make into a system where you are rewarded for caring for nature. I like the sounds of that. That sounds good. David Perez says he's all about Sumatran coffee. I'm trying to think if I've had any Sumatran coffee recently. I tried that same company I ordered the coffee from, the one in the description box below. They have Sumatran coffee, if I remember correctly. And I tried to order, I was trying to kind of branch out, and I'm trying to remember if in that little batch I ordered any Sumatran coffee. But if you say it's good, maybe I'll check it out. Hey Adam, how's it going? Yeah, we were talking about the Trump cards earlier in the live stream. I'm still blown away. I'm still blown away it exists, but Then again, I'm still blown away that Donald Trump was the president. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Okay, Stock Trade says a friend of mine has just been hired as a drone operator in Australia to optimize soil condition and identify pests and weeds. Technology is changing farming at a rapid pace right now. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, definitely. Like it kind of blows my mind. Like when you look at the sort of the history of global food production and how much technology has taken us from this place where we weren't really producing enough food or barely enough, and now like mainly through our development of a decent supply chain for the ingredients necessary for fertilizer, we figured out how to produce a massive increase in food globally. But obviously, more like hard technology is doing crazy stuff too. But yeah, agri-tech is like it's pretty interesting. It's kind of a neglected area of technological innovation, sort of like from the public awareness perspective. So Timmy says, I missed Ryan's Twitter space, but he seemed to point towards something happening during the Cardano summit, resulting in him shutting down suddenly. Yeah, okay, yeah, Ryan talked about this. He said during the Cardano summit, he talked to some people, and that led him to understand or believe that they had actually been building in the so this is my recollection. I'm not presenting this as fact, so no one sue me, but this is just my recollection. But I believe what Ryan said was that he talked to some people at the Cardinal Summit, and his discussions led him to believe that they were kind of building in the wrong direction, and that was one of the catalysts, no pun intended, for the series of events that led to the big shutdown there. So yeah, I think I do actually remember that part of it. But yeah, I'll check out the Coin Bureau um coverage of that. I'm interested. Um yeah, I kind of agree with Gaike here. It's pretty surprising we didn't have more projects going under yet. Yeah, I think 2023 could be a little brutal on that one. I think we could see some more go under. There was an interesting thread today. There was a thread on Twitter where someone talked about the Ardana and Orbis incidents, and they were kind of intimating that we're going to see a much bigger one in, I can't remember if they said Q1 2023. So I messaged them to see if they were just saying generally they thought we were going to see a bigger one, or if they actually were talking about a specific project that they knew of, that they had suspicions was going to go under in 2023. So I'm kind of waiting to hear back on that. But I'm interested to see if they just think we're gonna see a bigger failure than Ardana and Orbis, generally, or if they actually have some suspicion about a particular project. Because there's always people out there who are like, I believe this project's going to go under, and sometimes they're right. Um, if anyone in Cardano is interested, hit me up on Twitter. I'm an agricultural advisor. Dude, yeah, if somebody wants to start a regenerative farm and sell ribeyes at a decent price, please get together with Decentraplant and start a regenerative farm so that we can all pay you Cardano and get some delicious ribeyes. That would be excellent. I'll be very much in favor of that. Yeah, that's kind of what I think, David. David says Rogan should be cautious, especially after FTX meltdown. Bread is everything. Yeah, I think Rogan's got a pretty sweet situation. I don't think he wants to risk, getting some kind of a securities violation from the SEC, because I think life is pretty damn good for Rogan right now. I didn't even think about this. Leroy says the Trump NFT will have huge impact on political mainstream adoption. I didn't even consider that, but yeah, I'm just amazed. I'm like, I don't even know what to say. Oh, I guess David meant to say brand. Brand is everything. Yep. Emergo, so John says Emergo Trace is no longer funded. I was thinking it would be very useful in agricultural value chain transparency. I didn't know that. I actually didn't know that Emergo Trace is no longer funded. That's kind of interesting. Wasn't Emergo Trace? Wasn't that the project that was? Maybe I'm misremembering, but wasn't that the project that was involved with the winery in Georgia? I was looking forward to some Georgian wine running on the Cardano blockchain, but maybe I'm misremembering which sort of supply chain tracking, solution on Cardano was doing that. Okay. This is live. Cardano proxies. This is live. Isn't it extremely early? It is, depending on your perspective, it's either extremely early or extremely late for a lot of us here. For sure. Not for some of us though. For some of us, it's a perfectly normal podcast watching time, but for a lot of us, it is extremely late. I'm really curious. What Emergo does. I was very thankful to Emergo for providing Yoroi in the early days. Yoroi was eventually outpaced by wallets like Eternal and, especially Eternal, but Eternal and Nami, really. But I was very grateful to have a light wallet option from Emergo back in the early days. So I kind of have a soft spot for Emergo for that reason. And I'm hoping some of the stuff they're doing right now, they seem to have like this renewed vigor with the stable coin they're talking about and the and Cardano spot. It's still unclear to be exactly what kind of platform Cardano Spot's going to be, and whether or not you can have an independent platform like that. If it is like a full-fledged social media platform, if you can have a platform like that that can even compete with the network effects on the already established big platforms, big tech platforms. But I'm curious. I love that they're doing stuff like that. It's like a super hilarious joke every time somebody says that Solana should be a side chain of Cardano. It's like I just imagine the rage the super hardcore Solana maximalists, have when they see that. Like it's kind of a dose of the same medicine that Cardano has always had to swallow, but um super amusing though. Timmy says, I found out about Trump NFT from my mom. She is 68. Yeah, I think our mothers are probably they're possibly similar types of individuals, and at least in terms of demographics, age at least. And I'll have to ask. I'll quiz my own mother to see if she's aware of the Trump NFTs. Oh, that'll be pretty hilarious if she says yes. That'll be pretty hilarious, but I wouldn't be totally surprised. Um, I'm not indicating any kind of political leanings on her part, but just the age group. Hey, Oyster Pool, thank you for joining from Wells. Appreciate it. Okay, this is interesting. Leroy says, flooding inland desert seas with ocean water would provide ideal opportunity to sequester CO2. I don't even know how that works. Can you explain how that works? I don't even understand how that works. Yeah, it seemed like the timeline for Jed was kind of short. So I would imagine, I don't know, but um I would imagine it's going to be pretty quick. Yeah, I think they had to do a lot of work on Voltaire. Are you saying that in the context of our questions about Autolyfrism? Are you saying maybe they had to focus less on Autolyfrism and in order to get all the Voltaire stuff done? That could be. I minted 14 clays with Yoroi 15 months ago. Yeah. Yeah, man. I remember when Yoroi was kind of the only play. People kind of got mad at me because I was like still using Yoroi. And I remember somebody got mad at me on social media and they were like, dude, you gotta quit. You gotta quit talking about Yoroi. Eternal is way better. And in fact, Eternal was way better. uh Oh, okay. Oyster Pool says the Georgian wine thing is a Cardano Foundation partnership. Great. I'm glad to hear that. That is fantastic. Yeah, kind of the same thing here. Like I use Eternal all the time. Um, there's a second there when Nami was pretty useful, but there's so much functionality in Eternal. It's just like an awesome wallet. For me, anyways, it's been an awesome wallet so far, and I love to use it with my ledger. Okay, yep. John is confirming the same thing. Georgian Wine Project was done by Cardano Foundation. For whatever reason, they did it independently from Emergo Trace. Cool. Yeah, no, I'm super, super down. Um, super down for that. Capert Eye says, in my opinion, Solana maxis probably have self-harm issues. They probably do. Right about now, they probably do. I would not want to be in the Solana ecosystem. Right about now. I don't really worry about anybody on this channel also being deeply involved with Solana because I've talked so much shit about Solana over the last couple of years. So hopefully nobody on this channel had deep investments in Solana. This is interesting. Coin Bureau was pretty frank in his recent ADA video. I like him. I like the Coin Bureau guy. What's his name? Guy. I like him. He's a very likable character. He recently, since the FTX debacle, or right during it, I kind of looked at what he was promoting, like what things he was promoting on an economic basis. But aside from that, separate from that, I is obviously like a very likable personality, or seems that way on camera at least. This is kind of funny. Dr. Payne says, I think it would have been hilarious if they released Midnight anonymously and signed it Satoshi Nakamoto. Yeah, that would have been fantastic. Make it look like Satoshi just decided to build his next project as a Cardano sidechain. That would have been fantastic. David Perez, Stock Trade says he sends I tell Stock Trade I send my regards from Australia. Very nice. Yeah, this is part of the discussion about in case anybody's just listening and can't read this, Sebastian said sidechain need a large percentage of validators from Cardano to validate the sidechain. So in practice, there can't be too many, I guess. Stake pools aren't going to validate 10 chains. Yeah, so this has to do with the inheriting the security guarantees of the base layer conversation. So yeah, we've got a lot of validators though. I mean, so we've got what have we got, like 3,000 stake pools, something like that. So we've got a lot of stake pools, and definitely a lot of them would like a lot more work to do. So, um, I don't know how far that goes. Like I haven't seen any numbers on how many stake pools we think have to validate each of the chains, but I can imagine I can't think of a good reason why a stake pool would not want to help validate. If we've got 3,000 of them, and a lot of them, are definitely not, producing as many blocks as they would like. So, I mean, pretty much every pool that's not saturated would like to produce more blocks. So if they can produce some blocks on midnight, they'll probably be happy to do so. And as we add more chains, it's just like more demand for more validators, so we can just kind of hatch more validators. I get what you're saying though. I get what you're saying. Like we have to, in order for the side chains to inherit the same kinds of security guarantees as the base layer, we have to have a lot of validators from the base layer, some number of validators from the base layer. So I get what you're saying, but hopefully the supply of those validators will grow along with the demand from sidechains. Have I ever attended live events? I can't really answer that particular question. But, are you into live networking? No, I can't really be into live networking at events like that because you guys will recognize my voice, unfortunately. I've even thought about how I might, like, try to, affect some kind of fake accent or something, but I'm not very good at the accents, and it's surprisingly hard to keep your mouth shut too. Because obviously part of the fun of going to events like that is talking to people, and if you can't talk to people, like, it'd be fun just to listen to people, to learn from other people at these conferences, but to keep them talking so you can learn from them, you kind of need to talk to them. So, um, so man, because I don't want to dox myself, I can't really do live networking, which is part of why I'm really interested in getting a fully functioning metaverse so that I can interact with people in that same kind of way. Because I actually do enjoy that very much, but I can't really do it now unless I went, like wearing a disguise all day so you guys can identify me. But that probably wouldn't be very convenient either. You know what I'm saying? Boggs. I actually might have something related to Pete Boggs coming up soon. I might actually have something soon on Pete Boggs. So stay tuned for that. But Leroy says bogs, algae, or growing seaweed can absorb large amounts of CO2 from the air. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Um, I haven't used Yoroi in a bit. Um, there's a bunch of functionality in Eternal that is pretty advanced. So I'll leave it. I don't think there's anything wrong with Yoroi. For a while, it seemed like they were having trouble sort of scaling to the number of users. I didn't personally have trouble with it, but towards the end, I know there were times when people were complaining about it. We're talking like a while ago. Like I can't remember if it was like a year and a half ago. So we're going pretty far back here. But I never had any trouble with Yoroi. I know other people did. They complained to me about it. But this is going back quite a ways, and I'm sure Emergo has fixed whatever, it's probably just like probably just needing to have more servers. They probably just couldn't acquire server space fast enough or something like that. I'm sure they've remedied that in the meantime. But Eternal's quite nice. But if Yoroi is doing the trick for you, then there's nothing wrong with that either. Yeah, turf is very interesting to me. I actually like that as wall art. I haven't minted any. There's kind of a location. There's definitely one location I would like to mint. It's not like it's not like my home. It's not like the area where my domicile is, but there is an area I would like to mint. But I ran into the KYC requirements on I tried to purchase like 3 or 4, like several plots, all making up this one location. And I started running into all the KYC stuff, and I was like, I don't really want a KYC to buy this. So I didn't end up buying it. I like what they're doing though, but I didn't end up buying it because they started asking for a little too much information. And like I'm okay generally to give out information like that, but I was just um I was gonna have to like insulate the wallet because I didn't want my whatever they were asking me to docs there was not. I couldn't just use this identity. I would have had to use my real identity, and I wasn't quite comfortable with that. AK says Yoroi is improving a bit recently, I think, but was very slow and had very few options. Yeah, those are kind of the complaints I saw. Timmy says Soldano. That's pretty funny. I'm sure that enrages the Solana people right now. Oh my god. Kaz actually went to bed and now he's waiting to get on a train to Montreal. Yeah, the stream is still going. um Dr. Payne says Rob from Digital Asset News is a pretty stand-up guy. You know, it's funny. I recognize the names of some of these other channels. Like I actually have seen I've seen at least one episode of Coin Bureau because they referenced some segment I did on Coin Bureau a ways back, and somebody brought it to my attention. Which that was awesome. I was like super glad they did. But and they like fully credited me and everything for it. But so I've seen Coin Bureau, Digital Asset News. The name is super familiar to me. Rob from Digital Asset News, that name is super familiar to me. But if you ask me to like place that one, I don't even think I could. So I used to watch a lot of crypto YouTube channels, but since I started this channel, I haven't really watched because I'm so busy making these videos. So I don't really know who some of these people are. Oh yeah, this is pretty funny. So Gabe was asking Timmy when Cardano Eco News is going to come back. And it kind of came back yesterday. Yeah, we did we all jumped in a live stream about Pavia. So that'd be cool if it did come back. I hope Timmy can bring it back in Q1 next year. That'd be awesome. Okay. Timmy and I are going to be like a horse. Like one of us will be like one half of the horse and the other one will be the other half, or maybe like some kind of brony type thing. It'll be something, I'm sure it'll be something like that. a One Piece costume though, for sure. Like both of us forming one animal, I'm sure. Can't you get a voice changer for like live? For like 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 I could run around like, hello, I am into Cardano, like holding the thing on my neck. I am very into Cardano. I don't know if that'll make for the smoothest conversations either. Plus, people get suspicious. It's you'd be amazed. Like, people, even if I just talk, even if I change my voice, even if I just talk about some of the stuff I talk about here, like people kind of pick up on that. Okay. Or like talking through a mask. Yeah, even that is not enough. People will still detect it. Um, no need. It's not like I can hang out like this for like a live stream like this, but I can't. It's not very comfortable to wear this like all day. Just go live in game. AOS. Joey, thank you. Yep, 500. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Noak Michael says, "Hey OS, recently there's been a lot of conversation in the ecosystem about risk and red flags of projects. What's your number one red flag in regards to risk in projects?" Whew, it depends on what kind of risk appetite we're talking about. To be honest with you, um, I'm not gonna. If I could dox myself here, it would the context would go a long ways. But to be honest with you, there is so much risk with our projects. And I don't mean, I'm not saying anything about our projects. I'm just saying in a normal, like traditional world, risk averse environment, like in that environment, they would say there are so many red flags with our projects. Like virtually everything, the way we do everything would be a red flag. Um, it's like it's like if you read the bankruptcy CEO's assessment of the lack of corporate controls in FTX, a lot of those same things would apply. And I don't mean the malfeasance part, not the, you know, malignantly taking, user funds from FTX and doing degen stuff with them over at Alameda. But I mean, just like the lack of corporate controls and the informal basis on which we do everything. Like it's almost like everything every project does would be a red flag, really. There's like very little. I mean, it depends on what perspective you're talking about, it being from. If in the normal world, if you are issuing if you're issuing if you were issuing securities, I'm not saying that these assets we're dealing with over here are necessarily securities, but if you were issuing securities in the traditional world, there's going to be this gigantic amount of disclosure in a prospectus or private placement memorandum or some kind of a filing in Edgar. There's like so much disclosure, and we get so little of that transparency. It's like these projects sell us some asset and they make a ridiculous amount of money through that sell of the asset. And they have like a roadmap, but sometimes it's a goddamn infographic on the website. You know what I mean? It's like, then we launch this, then we're gonna do this, then we're gonna do this. But we don't have any transparency into like, often how they're gonna spend the funds. And even if there is some supposed transparency, how they actually spend the funds often ends up being a little bit different. You know what I mean? It's like, um, so, I mean, basically everything in these projects is a big red flag. It's like back before crypto, if you would have shown me how projects in crypto were going to run, I would have been like, this is a fool's game. Like there's no safety or assurance here whatsoever because these projects get all of this ADA, and then we're just kind of like trusting them to do a good job. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But in the traditional world, I mean, you can come up with examples of bad actors or very, very incompetent actors doing similar stuff. But over here, the cultural norm is much more in the direction of like, requiring very high risk appetites, because the way we do everything is so informal and unorthodox. Okay. So there was Ryan in the Twitter space, again, this is just my recollection. My recollection is that Ryan said there was what, like 1 million or something left over, but there was there were a bunch of invoices to be paid or something. Um so I don't know. Maybe you have maybe these rumors contain something in addition, but there was some like amount of money left over, because we went into some detail about how that money was kind of already earmarked to pay some debts or something. Yeah, so this is a good point. Like, um, so part of the weirdness of crypto is that I won't. I'll say a lot of projects just in crypto broadly have used crypto as a means to accomplish capital formation outside of the normal required regulations, right? So part of the beauty of crypto is that normal people like us, can invest in early stage projects that we wouldn't be able to in the normal regulatory regimes, because we wouldn't be accredited investors. Like normally, projects have a very limited ability to take investment from non-accredited investors when they're very, very early stage, like these projects. And in crypto, we just have this free for all where they can do it. And that's a big part of the appeal of crypto, that normal people can be early stage investors, which is, very restricted in the traditional context. So the problem is, that's the reason why it's so restricted in the traditional context, is because it's so risky. So what Gaike is saying here is actually true. It's definitely difficult to know what to trust. Best to avoid some projects until they release actual product. Then you can't go wrong. Yeah, I mean, the risk goes way down once they're, if it's like a Metaverse project, it's like once the Metaverse is up and running, that's a lot less. I mean, they could still run out of money, not be able to pay their server costs or something like that. But there's a lot less risk once the metaverse is already up and running. At least they're definitely going to make it to the point where they're up and running, because they've already made it. But before that, you don't know. Like even with these metaverse projects, you don't know if these projects are going to make it to the point where they actually are able to launch their metaverse. With DeFi projects, you definitely don't know. Like everybody holding Ardana tokens, all of us who bought Ardana tokens, like we bet wrong on Ardana. We bet that it was actually going to make it to the point they could actually run the platform, and that didn't happen. So yeah, so okay, so Noach says, what can projects do to increase transparency? In a perfect world, it would be posting invoices to track the money. No, I mean it's kind of like more than that. It's like so we don't know. Like typically, I mean, there's so many things. Like they post a few bios to the team page, and you know, we don't, the average investor in Cardano doesn't have, great insight into whether or not, the CTO actually knows what they're doing. If there's some kind of like a a CFO type figure? Does that CFO have the requisite experience to be commanding a budget, the magnitude of the one that's being delivered to him because of the sale of the assets? Does the CEO know what he's doing, he or she? You know, um, it's like, do they have legitimate accountants doing accounting work? Are they gonna, pay the required taxes at all? Or are they doing the regulatory arbitrage thing on taxes as well? Are they gonna get dinged by, the tax authority in some jurisdiction because they're actually not paying taxes anywhere? Do they have legal counsel that correctly set up the entities? They're probably doing regulatory arbitrage. They're probably based out of, you know, um, Cayman Islands. But if the CEO is living in Miami, you know, that might be, who knows, that might be a problem. Of course, he's going to say, no, no, no. I'm the CEO of the labs entity, the blank labs. I'm the CEO of that. But the platform is going to be run by the DAO. But then it's like, what assurances do we have that, like the tax authority is going to decide it was the DAO? It's like there's so many things. And then you've got like incompetence, you've got actual like malignant um bad actors. There's like so many things. So I think it's like more transparency would be great, obviously. But it's also like, I mean, even just basic decisions like, if let's say a project collected a whole bunch of ADA, let's say they collected millions of dollars of ADA, back in January. Like there was a certain competency to turning all of that ADA into a stable coin or fiat, right? Because then you wouldn't have suffered a lot of the depreciation in the ADA, but they don't really lay out those policies for us. They don't say, in a lot of cases they don't say. I'm sure some projects have, but in a lot of cases they don't actually tell you like, oh, in fact we have had projects in Cardano tell us, but in most cases they don't actually tell us like, we turned all of that into we're going to turn all of the ADA into dollars or euros or yen or whatever. So you don't have to worry about the price of ADA going down and that, cutting our funds, down to a third of what we actually thought we were going to have. There are so many things. You can come up with like little red flags, like the CTO being a CTO for 5 different projects, the CEO never having run a company that you know was spending the amount of money that they're going to have to spend on developers, the CEO and the CTO, not having any experience working with big development teams. There are so many and there's like, there's obviously the much more obvious stuff. If you can't verify that they're actual humans on the team page, there's a lot of like really obvious stuff like that. But it's like there's just so much risk. There's so much risk in crypto projects in general. Okay. Yeah, so Dr. Payne's pointing out here that the accredited investor standard is kind of unfair. I agree. I wish they'd revamp it. I think it is unfair. I don't think it should be a wealth-based standard. I don't think that's the right way to do it. I think that's it's contrary to the way our democracy works. Okay. AeroPress time. It's AeroPress time for Derek. Okay, I'm a little jealous. Oh, Derek still hasn't gone to bed. You are on the you're Eastern Standard Time. So you should oh man, I feel guilty you haven't hit the sack, Derek. Yeah, speaking of that, guys, we have gone on for 4 hours. Why don't I actually do feel guilty. Derek has not gone to sleep yet. I will probably run into trouble if I don't get a little bit of sleep. I'm definitely gonna be like low on sleep here too if I don't hit the sack. But any last questions? Any last questions, and we'll wrap it up. This has been a great episode 500 live stream. I really appreciate the people coming out at this late hour or early hour. Oh, Derek says he works thirds. It's the norm for him. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. Dr. Payne's in Ohio, all-nighter. Yeah, oh man, I feel bad. I didn't even think about it. You guys, I knew you guys were on the East Coast. You guys were on Eastern Standard, but I still feel a little guilty. Ed Mick. Yep, 4 hours. We're in it 4 hours already. It's kind of crazy. 7 p.m. there. Yep, I figured. 7 p.m. is kind of like perfect. That's great. Great podcast listening territory there. So any last questions? If there are any last questions, we'll wrap it up. Oh, it's funny. Derek's in Ohio too. Okay, guys. I think we'll wrap it up right now. I really appreciate everybody who came out for this. This has been fun. I'll try to do more of these at a more decentish hour. This one, we had to do it. It was 500. I wanted to get an episode out tonight for sure, and it was going to be 500 no matter how I chalked it up. So I figured we might as well do a live stream. This has been a good one. It's been very long, and actually, this was one of the funner solo live streams. So, thanks, Gabe. Thanks. I appreciate you saying that. Timmy, thank you for coming out. I know for Timmy, it is also going to be pretty late right now. Thanks, Oyster Pool. I appreciate that. Thanks, Simon. I appreciate it. Thanks, Ed. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Kaz, later. Thank you for jumping on. Uncle Thanos, thank you for jumping on. All right, and everybody else, I may take Sunday off. I may actually take Sunday off, so that would mean there would not be a Monday episode. We'll see, but I may actually take Sunday off. In any case, I will see you either Monday or Tuesday, but I will talk to you Monday or Tuesday. In either case, I will talk to you soon. Thank you so much for everybody who came out tonight. Talk to you soon.